I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag-and-drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components like tables, buttons, and forms to custom back-end functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
And we're live. Welcome everyone to JSNation Live 2021. Good to have you on board.
Hi, we're very happy to have you here.
Super excited to see all of you. Can't wait to hang out with you over the next couple of days.
Hello, folks. So great to see you.
Yeah. And hopefully we can welcome you now to the last edition of JS Nation that you can enjoy from the comfort of your own home in your pajamas. So super excited about that.
Well, but you still can come in pajamas, right?
Well, yeah, sure. Well, we don't have a dress code as far as I know. So
Yeah, let's sum up it like this. The dress code is super simple. Be dressed, cover yourself.
Yeah,
for next year, we will do that.
be dressed is like a good dress code. So I'm curious. We hope this is the last JNation remote, but there's definitely some things that we're going to miss about remote conference. Nathaniel, what are you going to miss?
Absolutely. I'm going to miss quite a lot, but I think the number one is I'm going to miss my special mug. I've got it over here. First of all, I love how big it is. I don't need to go and get refills, but also no one knows what's in it. So like, you can't judge me about what the contents of my drink are. You never know. Any time of the day, I could be drinking anything. So that's what I'm going to miss the most about remote conferences. What about you, Metin?
Well, I'm going to miss not commuting. Yeah, no, I really love that at the end of the day, and I'm pretty tired at the end of the day, I can just fold down my laptop, walk down, and I'm at my own couch in like a minute. So that's really comfy. And I really enjoy that we have so many people here that can learn and have a fun day together without any environmental impact. So that's great. What about you, Maxime?
What I will miss the chance for smaller events like local meetups, small local conferences to have speakers from abroad, just via streaming without all this logistics and travel hassle. But we'll see, maybe hybrid events will be the answer.
Yeah, great. So, Liz, what about you?
I will miss taking short naps between conferences, between talks, and having all the food I want and the drinks I want. I also miss that in regular conference, you don't get to see 20,000 people connected. You normally like 1,000 maximum or 2,000, but having like a broad, huge audience is great. So yeah, I will miss that.
Yeah. So for everyone watching that is wondering, well, pretty nice that you're talking, but who are you people? Well, let us start by introducing ourselves. And well, I am Metin Brzezinski. I am one of your 4 MCs here today. This is 4. I wanted to say 5, but this is 4. So I just learned this. I am a front-end development consultant at Passionate People in the Netherlands. And currently I am working as a consultant at a company called Aidence, which is a medtech startup that's using AI to detect early stage lung cancer by checking out CT scans from the lungs and then finding patterns and, well, hopefully not finding lung cancer, but if our model does everything correctly, we find some lung cancer. And I'm helping them build interfaces for radiologists to use our model with and interact with that and get the data out of that model. So yeah, never dreamt of becoming a doctor by using front-end technologies. That's pretty amazing. Talking about amazing, with me is
Liz. Hi, I am Liz Parody. I'm from Colombia. Yes, Parody is my real last name. And I'm head of developers relations at NodeSource. We focus on Node.js and created the best APM tool to observe and monitor Node.js without sacrificing performance. I am very happy to be here and I hope we all enjoyed this conference.
And my name's Nathaniel Okenwa, also known as Chatterbox Coder, because I love to talk. I talk too much and I write code. I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a cloud communication platform for developers to include telecommunications in the apps they're building. So whether you want to send emails, maybe do 2-factor authentication or set up video calls, you can do all of that with Twilio. And I'm also just looking out to hang out and learn a lot about JavaScript. I've been using it a lot building contact centers with React. So I'm looking forward to finding some interesting things in the talks lined up today.
Yeah, and Maxim, straight from sunny, that's interesting, Oslo, Norway. I work in Microsoft where I help all the developers, including JavaScript folks, to adopt and succeed with cloud technologies. I had a privilege to be a speaker at JSNation previous years and be MC for in-person events. Now it's my pleasure to support JSNation by MCing online. And by the way, you have a chance to get cool t-shirt like this. Stay tuned.
We will. So, as I mentioned, really cool that we have so many people here. And as of this morning, we counted all the people that are registered, and it's 23,079 people that have registered to be watching you today. So, yeah, really cool to have so many people here in my house watching me jabber on. So, super thankful to have you. And you is people from all over the world. As you can see, here is a map, like a heat map from where people are watching. And yeah, I'm really thankful for that every time zone basically is represented. A lot of countries represented, all the continents, everyone is watching. Super cool to have you all aboard. And thanks a lot to everyone in those far away regions like Australia, New Zealand, like Vancouver, San Francisco, people that have just woken up or trying to stay awake. Really cool that you are here. Thanks for being with us.
I love seeing that map and seeing people from all around the world, future holiday destinations, but even from all of those different places, you can join the conversation. So what we will be doing is we'll be having the Slido, and all of the speakers are going to be asking you questions, and we want to find out what your opinion is on some things. So over the course of the next couple of days, every once in a while, you can head over to the Slido at 0910 and answer a question. Let's do a practice run right now. I would like you all to answer this question. What will you miss? Like we said, what we would miss about remote conferences. What are you going to miss about remote conferences? Like I said, it's always going to be my special mug that is always with me, but let me know what you will miss. I can't wait to find out.
Thank you to the program committee for a great program. This event wouldn't have been possible without them. Francisca, Bramus, Jonas, Anna, and Konstantin, they selected great talks that we're going to see in the next 3 days. If you love the talks of the speakers, it's because of them. And we have amazing speakers and diverse topics from front-end to back-end, DevOps, community, tooling, the future of JavaScript, and others. We hope you like it.
And of course, our event couldn't happen without support from the great companies which are our sponsors. So we wish to say thanks to our wonderful platinum sponsors: Rollbar, AWS Amplify, WP Engine, Focus Reactive. Also gold ones: Max, Microsoft, Netlify, Stackhawk, Retool, Influx Data, Progress, Datadog, Commerce Layer. And of course, our dear silver sponsors.
Now it's time to have some social media fun. I want you to take a picture, all of you, the 23,000 people that are connected. I want you to take a picture of how, where, and what device are you joining the conference with. Tweet it with the hashtag JSNation Live, and we will be looking for your tweets and we will retweet them. We have a raffle for 2 multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and Git Nation swag. We have some interesting swag, so go ahead and tweet now. Search Twitter for the JSNation tag to see our setup too. Here's ours. Just use the hashtag like crazy. That's me right now. And then this is Nathaniel.
Cable mismanagement. That's team me.
That's like your MO.
Maxim.
So show us your pictures on Twitter too with your setup.
Yes, here is some swag, of course, stickers and some nice features, because I mean, a tech conference without stickers is not a really tech conference. So yeah, go and get the swag.
That would be awesome. But even more awesome is the Git Nation Multipass. So Git Nation is the organization behind JSNation Live, and we organize a lot of different conferences. And you now have a chance to buy one ticket and be able to visit a lot of them. So if you go to gitnation.org/multipass subscription, you get a chance to buy a ticket for just 200 euros instead of 710 euros. And you'll get access to, well, 8 conferences. That's pretty cool. These are all conferences that are still coming up, some remote, some in hybrid mode, some in real life, like React Advanced will be in London and will be a hybrid event. So super excited for that. So is Nathaniel, because that's around his door. Yeah, so if you want to check it out and visit more of our great events, go to gitnation.org/multipass subscription.
And not only do we have all of those amazing events, during this event, we have so much amazing content lined up for you. And if you want to find out where all that content is, go to live.jsnation.com to see the full agenda with all of the sessions and all the information that you will need. Now, if I'm just going to show you what the web page will look like when you go to it. So the main screen has the video player, but also on the bottom, you can see a timeline of events that will happen in the conference. Now, we will start each session with the speaker's introduction from one of your lovely MCs, and then we'll listen to their talk. And afterwards, we'll also have a speaker's live Q&A session. So if you are also part of the full access tier, you'll have access to the speaker rooms and discussion rooms, which we'll explain shortly in a second. But if at any point you get lost or you're a bit confused, I know it's a lot of information, if you click on Discord in the top right, you can go over to the troubleshooting channel and ask a question, and we'll do everything to help you because we're nice people. We're quite nice organizers.
Yeah, interactivity, mingling, discussions is our second name. And just because we aren't able to meet in person, it doesn't mean we can't hang out. If you want to talk to people during the conference and watch the talks together, we are going to have some virtual watch parties. Let me show you special chat. There are discussion rooms and you can join with your camera and microphone or both. Once you'll see list of the rooms, you can join. And once you are in the room, you can move your avatar closer to other people, and then you will hear them louder, like in the real life. So join spatial chat, walk around, come to people, talk to people, and watch our show together. This platform is available only for those who have full tickets.
In our schedule, we also have discussion rooms. These are today from junior to senior with Sean Wan, security with Mateo Colina and Ujjwal Sharma, and UX UI with Mariam Villa. You can see the links in the timeline. Don't miss them.
So at the end of the day, if you're done learning and laughing and crying with the rest of the attendees, it's time to party. So if you want to come join the party, Maxime does, I see that. We'll be playing some Pictionary. So one person is going to draw and the other attendees can guess what the other person is drawing. TJ Ventol and Hammond MT will be hosting it, so be sure to check it out. And we will have a Quake.js tournament, so Quake in the browser, that's gotta be amazing. So be sure to check that out too. And if you're not into playing any games and just want to chit chat, well, there's an event in the loop, live DJ mix by our very own DJ Maxime. Over there, that Maxime. Here, yeah, Maxime, there you are. He's going to be hosting a party, or you can just stay on the spatial chat and hang around with the other attendees and talk about whatever you want. If you want to talk about stickers, talk about stickers.
I'm super excited for Pictionary. I love Pictionary, even though I suck at it because I can't draw. But if you want to be involved even before the after party, head over to the Discord and join us. That way you can ask all of the speakers your amazing questions. So you can use the community track Q&A to ask questions for speakers on the community track, and the residence track Q&A channel to ask questions in the residence track. And you can also just discuss any topics about JavaScript, about life in 2021 in the community channel. Definitely drop your thoughts there. I'll bet you there's going to be a few debates and a few agreements. Let's see what goes on there.
Yeah, so after 2 days packed with these inspiring, insightful sessions, we can make our hands dirty at the Professional Pro workshop on TypeScript with Michelle Weststrait.
And as always, we want everyone to feel safe, included, and have a good time during our event. We have a code of conduct that you can visit at live.jsnation.com/COC. Please go ahead and read it now. If in any time you feel there is a violation, please email us at coc@gitnation.org and we will take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels. That includes Twitter, spatial chat, and Discord. We highly encourage everyone to follow the code of conduct.
And we also have so many amazing job offers from so many of our sponsors. So you can check out all of those job offers at live.jsnation.com/JS-jobs. There are all sorts of front-end developer jobs from big companies like eBay, Influx Data, AWS, and many more. So definitely check that out and go get that money.
Gotta get paid, right? Gotta get paid.
Gotta get paid.
Some of our sponsors have also prepared some nice perks for you. So you can win some physical goodies that are shipped to your house, but a lot of them have also gotten some discount codes for their products, so you can check out their products for free. This is available for everyone here watching the conference. So go to live.jsnation.com/perks to check out what our sponsors have prepared for you.
Yeah, and folks, your feedback is so important for us. We so love feedback. It helps us keep making the event better and better and better. We have a super simple form available to you at live.jsnation.com/feedback. Please take your couple of minutes and leave feedback and thoughts there.
Before we announce our first speakers, let's see the results of our first poll. What would you miss about remote conference? Let's see. So people are going to miss not commute, just as Maxime and Martin. Convenience of being at home, just like Nathaniel. Yeah, you have you Mac, this special Mac, meeting people and no travel, wearing pajamas all day. Pro tips, they will miss home, of course. They will miss the stickers. Socializing, yeah.
Someone said they will miss technical difficulties. I find that one hilarious because it's become such a part of life.
Yeah, all the time. I'm muted. No, that's not fun for me. No. We are very grateful with all of our sponsors. Let's watch a short message for one of them, Cloudinary. After this, we will move to our first speaker.
Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
Let's welcome our first speaker, Sean Wan. Sean is passionate about developer tooling and developer communities, just as me. He currently works as head of developer experience at Temporal.io and recently published the Coding Career Handbook for junior to senior developer careers. And his talk is the third age of JavaScript. Very interesting. Let's see. Ask your questions on Discord, and Sean will pick the lucky winner to win his book, The Coding Career Handbook. His favorite questions, that's the person who is going to win the book. But before listening to the talk, let's see the question from Sean. What soft skill do you want to improve the most? One, writing, speaking, negotiating, or self-care and prioritization? Just go ahead and answer that question for us, please. And don't forget to ask questions on Community Track Q&A channel. Give Sean a big round of virtual applause. And Sean, the stage is yours.
Hey everyone, my name is Sean, also known as Swix on the internets, and I'm here to present this idea, this decade-long thesis that I have that's called the third age of JavaScript. So what's the story so far? You can sort of break JavaScript's periods up into 2 or 3 different ages. The first age was from 1997 to 2007. There's a lot that was happening in 2008. There was a world crisis going on. So you could vaguely start picking things up again in 2009, going on to 2019. 2020 was another random mix of events, but there was still a lot of news going on, and now we're well into the 2020s. And I want to talk about that. I want to try to categorize things in a neat little bow. Obviously, history is never as neat as historians put it, but we can actually talk about different themes and speculate on what themes are to come. So the rough table of contents that we're going to cover today, we're going to cover the first age, the second age, and then the 2 components of the third age I really would like to talk about, which is ES modules and the depth of IE11, as well as polyglot tooling and collapsing layers of tooling. And then the depth of JavaScript, potentially what comes after the third age of JavaScript, because the story doesn't end there, but maybe it transitions into a different story. So the first stage of JavaScript, 1997 to 2007. For those who want to know more about the origins of JavaScript, you should actually hear it straight from the horse's mouth from Brendan Eich. He gave this really great talk at .conf on a brief history of JavaScript. And the real insight here is that JavaScript was based on a lie. Netscape actually attracted him to build JavaScript by telling him that he could build Scheme in the browser. And when he arrived, they told him, no, you actually have to build a Java-like clone that really isn't Java at all. So it's a very interesting period in JavaScript's history, which is a very formative period as well. So there was this very hot period of formalization. So I marked the start of JavaScript in 1987. Technically, went back a few years before that. But ECMAScript 1, 2, and 3 were pumped out in fairly short order. And then there was a long period of silence where essentially there was a civil war where we didn't really agree on the direction of ECMAScript 3.1 or ECMAScript 4. And essentially, the way that the community started dealing with it was have two tracks. So one was they started building compile to JS dialects of JavaScript. So there's some straight up forks like ActionScript, Qt, JScript, or WML script. These are not compatible with JavaScript at all. Or you could stay within the bounds of JavaScript and just modify the heck out of it. So you can have jQuery, Dojo, and MooTools. Obviously, jQuery did end up winning in the end. But I think 2008 was still a pivotal year, despite not being a gray zone in terms of the way that I view my time chronology. I really like this idea of the Oslo meeting, where everyone who was prominent in JavaScript at the time got together in Norway and resolved this dispute between, or the schism between ECMAScript 3.1 and ECMAScript 4, and had some kind of roadmap towards Harmony, which is ECMAScript 5. So they said, all right, instead of this evolutionary approach of 3.1 or a revolutionary approach of 4, let's take the best of each world and just come to some kind of concession so that browsers can start making a step ahead again. If you want more details on this, you should check out the manuscript of JavaScript the first 20 years, which is kind of a book/talk that was submitted for the proceedings of ACM on programming languages that was supposed to happen last year. And it's 200 pages, so no one's read it. I've only skimmed it a little bit, but this is the story of JavaScript from the authoritative authors, Brendan, who made JavaScript, and Alan Worsbach, who was the principal editor for ES5 and 6. Okay. Then we'll talk about the second age of JavaScript. So if the first age of JavaScript was about forming the language, the second age of JavaScript is about the community, the ecosystem. In 2009, all these things happened in the same year. We reached ECMAScript 5, the Harmony specification, but then we also had this weird common JS syntax that was proposed that became the eventual dominant module syntax in Node.js and in the browser. There was Node.js itself was launched in 2009, and as well as NPM was also launched in 2009. So all these things that we take for granted today was invented in the same year. There are different sections to the community, so I'm going to break out a few of them. So the first was runtimes. You can see you can track the gradual evolution of being able to run JS everywhere. You could run JS in the browser. Chrome also started in 2009, which is wild to think it's that young. Electron, you can run it in the desktop. You can run it on phones, and then you can have specialized runtimes just for Android. And that's a really interesting low-level engineering thing that's going on. Obviously, there's probably other runtimes that I don't even know about. So let me know in the comments if there are that you think I should touch on. The second part of the ecosystem I want to touch on is the emergence of build tools. So the way to help you compile and build and bundle your JavaScript. So Google Closure Compiler and CoffeeScript both emerged in 2009 as well. Very, very significant year for innovation. There was Grunt, Webpack, and TypeScript around about the same time in 2012-ish, 2011. Gulp and Tracer came out in 2014, and Rollup and Babel replaced Tracer, as well as the newer versions of bundlers, Rollup, Parcel, and Bazel, came out in the subsequent 3 years. Frameworks also came out. So we had, before Angular and Backbone, we had a bunch of others, but let's just call it the start of the second age of JavaScript with Angular and Backbone. Meteor came out and tried to be full stack with its own UI layer called Blaze. Reactive View came out in 2013 and 14, and Svelte came out in 2017, was essentially reinvented in 2019. So that's the history. It's over 10 years of runtimes and build tools and frameworks. And there's one more trend which I like to call out, which is this idea of a shift left in JavaScript tooling. I've done 2 separate talks on this, one on Svelte and the Great Space Elevator, talking about the evolution towards compile upfront or compiler-only frameworks, as well as growing a meta language, the importance of developer experience and developer tools for frameworks. So this was presented at React Rally 2020. So now we come to the third age, where we basically do an RF on legacy JavaScript. Some kind reader actually did a nice mock image of this. I never played this game, but I heard it's lots of fun. But essentially the 2 assumptions here that are going away is that CommonJS is the build target for all of our tooling, which introduces a lot of bloat. So we're going to move to ES modules, and it's going to be assisted by the slow death of IE 11, and I'll give you my updates on those trends. And then the second theme that we talk about is JavaScript tooling, that we start writing JavaScript tooling not in JavaScript anymore. We now write it, most of it in TypeScript, but also increasingly in Rust and Go, as well as the collapsing layers of the different jobs of the tool. So first we'll talk about the ES modules and the death of IE 11. So for those who don't know, what is an ES module is really just the import and export syntax that you might be seeing in a lot of your code that you might not actually know is being compiled away by Webpack. So Webpack is acting as a sort of interpreter into environments that don't actually have the import and export ES module native language. But now, both browsers and Node.js have essentially this capability unflagged. There's still some nuances like using MJS, the Michael Jackson script, if you want to specify that you're working in modules. And there's some kinks to work out there, but by and large, the ecosystem is moving over. If you want to read really good primer on this, you should check out the MDN docs on ES modules. And I think the V8 team also has a really good document on ES modules, according to them as well. So there are some nuances here, and there's some more development to be done, but it's coming along and it's looking really good. So there are limitations that people should be aware of. For example, you can't really just build ES modules and ship them in production in any significant size. Even the V8 team recommends that there's a bottleneck of a loading pipeline when you're loading 300 modules. And so if you start building any significant kind of app, you probably don't want to do this, but it probably is fine for a website. So, but you can still use a dev-only unbundler like Snowpack or Vite or WMR, and I think that's also a really good solution. So that's something that you see refreshing a lot of the tooling in JavaScript now today, that you don't have to bundle for development, so your development refresh cycles can be a lot faster. It can be constant time refresh instead of having to rebuild the entire project every single time you save. The one hurdle with this, of course, is IE 11, the elephant in the room. There's support across the board for the ES modules native spec, but not for IE 11. So part of the adoption of IE 11 is very contingent on the death of IE 11. So on the top left, this is a screenshot of analytics.gov.us, and the key number to watch is the percentage visits from Internet Explorer. The US Digital Service has actually identified the 2% mark as the sort of critical benchmark level where they support browsers. It used to be 3.6% in November 2020 when I first started writing about this thesis. It has now fallen to 2%. So it's fallen steadily, and we're probably at about the time, and I think that the US government could drop IE 11 this year. And I think that's a very big deal because that's a catalyst to say that, okay, if the US government has dropped IE 11, we can drop it now at work. Obviously, a lot of other people in the ecosystem have gone ahead and agreed with that decision. So the Vue ecosystem has agreed to drop IE11 support. Angular has agreed to drop IE11 support, as well as a bunch of other peer companies like Skillshare, Twitter, GoDaddy, WordPress, Drupal, Dailymotion, LinkedIn, of course, Microsoft itself. It also really helps by this setting in Edge, so the new Microsoft Edge, where they have this IE11 compatibility mode. So even if your app needs to be run in IE11, you don't have to visit IE11, you don't have to use IE11 most of the time. And I think that's a really big catalyst for adoption as this gets rolled out across some of the larger enterprises that require all these IE11 apps and don't have the budget to rewrite all those things just to upgrade browsers. So adoption is slowly happening for ES modules, both in the browser. So here's a screenshot of some stats from browser adoption of ES modules. It tripled in 2020, and I think it's going to do very well in 2021 as well as in Node.js, because it's mostly driven by Sindre Soares, who authors half of the ecosystem in Node.js, where he's just going to just transition all of his libraries over to ES modules. So if you want to use his stuff, you have to use ES modules inside of Node. And I think it's happening in a coordinated fashion because everyone senses that the time is now. It's been a long time coming ever since the first idea of standardization was floated in whenever this picture was taken with Adi Osmani. But it's coming. It's really coming. Okay, the next part is the third age of JavaScript is the change in tooling. So Brandon Dale used to be from Facebook, called it in 2018, saying that in less than 5 years, most popular JavaScript tooling will not be written in JavaScript. And I think this has mostly come to pass, but in different degrees. So the two assumptions that are being cleared right now is that JavaScript tools should be written for JS developers by JS developers so that they can contribute. The reality is that they do not. So we should optimize for hot paths and speed rather than ease of contribution by people who don't actually end up contributing. And the other assumption is that of the Unix philosophy, each tool should do one thing well. So let's talk about those in turn. So the first is that whether we should only write JavaScript. The easy answer is, well, most people have just opted into writing TypeScript. So here's an example of how much of the React ecosystem has switched over to TypeScript. I've been monitoring it. So React Router, Next.js, Yarn, Storybook, Apollo, Gatsby as well have all switched over to TypeScript. These are the results from the State of JavaScript surveys, and the adoption of TypeScript has been extremely strong. You can basically say that TypeScript has won at this point. But TypeScript is by design very JavaScript-like. So what about the other languages that we want to optimize even further? Here's ESBuild's benchmark. ESBuild is a Webpack competitor, and it's about 100 times faster than the next fastest alternative, according to their own benchmarks. So take it with a grain of salt, but it is somewhat faster for sure. And that's basically comes from having a compiled language at its core. And that's a very interesting observation because you also see that in Rust. You see that being adopted in Deno, in Relay, and in Volta. And these all have significant Rust percentages in their code base. And I think what's happening is this idea that we should explore polyglot tooling. So we used to have this concept of pure tooling where you would write the external API in JavaScript and you write the core in JavaScript as well. But it doesn't make sense to write the core in JavaScript because it's a hot path. It gets executed again and again. And no matter how much optimization you can do, you can probably do better by compiling it to binaries, or you can also do stronger type checking. So it's a more stable core. So whatever it is, you can switch over your core tool to a systems language and benefit from optimization there. But you still leave your external API in a scripting language like JavaScript. So this idea I call systems core scripting shell. I think this is the pattern that we're going to move towards for a lot of our core tooling, that we're going to have Go, Rust, or maybe TypeScript if we have to, and then a JavaScript exterior. If this sounds like heresy to you, I think it's because we're changing our concept of what exactly one tool for one job means. This is a really good blog post that I found from Benedict Evans on platforms and bundling, where when word processors came out, they actually had different functionality and different plugins for word counts, footnotes, and charts. These are all separate products from separate companies that you have to go out and buy for $50 to $100 each. Can you imagine buying a word processor today and not having word counts and not having footnotes? No. So today it just comes all bundled. How many plugins and how many different little tooling that do you want in a word counter? I think the definition of what the one job is changes over time, and that's what we're seeing happening in JavaScript today. So when you look at all these tools that we're so used to putting together, why are they all different tools, and why do they have different plugins for each of them? Like, why do I have ESLint, Babel, Prettier, TypeScript plugin instead of just having one set of ecosystem tooling that just works well together and has single AST passes and all that optimization that can happen if you have a holistic view of what the job of JavaScript bundling is. So that's a little bit of what happens. So our first reaction for this was actually very simple. This is something I covered in a previous talk called Create React App, which is that we just swept everything under a rug, right? We will say like, okay, setting up Webpack is too hard to make a React app. So let's just sweep everything under a single dependency. And then you just install Create React App, and that's a magical improvement in developer experience. But we just swept that complexity under the rug. The moment we need to deviate from it, you had to eject, and now you're left with all that complexity again and all that configuration. I think that's continuing to happen. This is my other thesis called React Distros, so swix.io/React Distros. You want to read that blog post. But we're continuing to do that. We're sweeping that complexity under more rugs. So Create React App does that. Next.js and Gatsby does that for routing, and then Blitz.js and Redwood.js does that by including other custom components and state and data frameworks. But we're starting to build on top of React as a stable boundary rather than trying to reinvent frameworks all the time. As for collapsing tooling, I think this pitch is actually really cool. This is another blog post that I have, but essentially if you look at Rome's investor slide deck, you can see the exact same chart of like, why all these different tools? Let's just combine them into one tool. And you can see this in Deno as well, which tries to collapse that into the Node.js layer, which I think is a super interesting approach. These two, I think it's no coincidence that these two are now venture capital funded. And I think that's another interesting innovation as well. In the first and second age of JavaScript, it was very sort of independent, open source volunteer movement. But now in the third age of JavaScript, I think there is some sense that we need a sustainable business model for great open source to be built. And I think the money is there to back it up. So if you want to start a third age of JS developer tool project, talk to me. I can put you in touch with everyone, and I would be interested in funding you myself. Okay, finally, we'll talk a little bit about the death of JavaScript, because what happens after the third age of JavaScript. I think the best source on this is actually a joke talk by Gary Bernhardt on the birth and death of JavaScript, which is an excellent exploration of like what happens, when JavaScript gets what happens after JavaScript, essentially. I think that's something that Brendan Knight has started to talk about as well. I had this conversation with him about what the universal virtual machine could be. And he says it's probably WebAssembly. He's has started, instead of saying always bet on JavaScript, he started saying always bet on JavaScript and WebAssembly. And you're starting to see that in some of the tools that we push out. But WebAssembly is also not magic pixie dust. I don't think it will completely do away with JavaScript forever. But it is very appropriate for some use cases, and I think it's worth exploring for large apps like Figma. So that's the overall thesis, right? This is a very short talk, but hopefully it's given you some perspective on like where we've been, what we're going through right now, and hopefully where we'll end up. So I love your comments and questions. I will be in the chat for this conference. And if you want to learn more about how to spot trends and also bet on technologies for your career, you can check out my book at learninpublic.org. Thanks very much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Sean, for this great talk. Remember to ask your questions on Community Track Q&A to get Sean's book. Now let's see the results of the poll. What soft skill do you want to improve the most? So the first one is speaking, stand-ups, meetups, and conference with 36%. You can practice this just by applying to conference like this, like JSNation, GitNation, React conference. Like, so yeah, you can apply to conference. That's a good way to improve that skill. Self-care and prioritization, very important too. Writing, blogging, documentation, designs, and docs. That's one of the skills I want to improve. And negotiation is the last one with 12%. It seems that there's a lot of good negotiators watching this conference, so that's really good. So yeah, the number one is speaking. Now, let's see some of the questions. One is,
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for
Join Sean in the speaker Zoom in his spatial chat. The link to join is in the timeline. How do you like Sean's talk? Please answer that poll.
Yay, I'm the first one that started to talk without unmuting. That's amazing. We already have, well, 50 minutes and I already messed up. So let's continue with the program. So if you haven't done it yet, go to Slido and let us know how did you like Sean's talk. I want to give a shout out to our platinum sponsor, WP Engine. It's your WordPress digital experience platform, driving your business forward faster. Thanks a lot, WP Engine, for sponsoring this event. Also want to give a shout out to AWS Amplify. You can build scalable, performant, full stack web and mobile apps with AWS Amplify. Hosting, authentication, data, storage, and more, all seamlessly integrated using the same infrastructure as companies such as Netflix, Nike, Samsung, and of course, Amazon. Thanks a lot for helping us out. And of course, also want to thank Rollbar. Rollbar is the early warning system for errors, and it provides essential data to understand the severity, who's affected, and where to fix your bugs in real time. It's a great tool. Be sure to check it out. Thanks a lot for sponsoring us, Rollbar. And now, a great moment I've been waiting for ever since I saw the first announcement of this conference and who's going to be speaking. I'm really pleased to announce that our next speaker is Evan You. Evan, you may know him as the author of Vue. He has been leading this project for, I think, around 7 or 8 years already now. And it's, of course, booming, used by a lot of great companies. And recently, he started to work on Vite, I think you pronounce it. And yeah, he's going to be explaining to us how he's rethinking building JavaScript projects. So really curious to see that. As a React developer, I kind of never looked at it, and that's weird because it has nothing to do with Vue. But yeah, I hope everyone will learn a lot from this. If you don't know Evan yet, well, Evan is a world-class karaoke singer, but he's also a great rapper, so be sure to check it out. I actually have had the honor to see him rap Forgot About Dre with my boss on stage live last year. That was like the last conference I went to in real life, and it was super cool to watch. He's also the developer with the most stylish shoes out there, and he has quite impressive watch collection. So if you want to talk watches or shoes, be sure to reach out to Evan too. Before we go into Evan's talk, Evan wants to know, do you currently use Webpack or another Webpack-based tool, something like Nuxt, or Create React app? So let us know on Slido what you do, and we will get back to the results after Evan's talk. If you have any questions for Evan, be sure to do that in the community track Q&A channel. And now let's kick off Evan's talk. Give him a big round of virtual applause. Send some clap emojis, some gifts, whatever you have to make Evan feel welcome here today. Evan, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Evan Yo and I'm the author of Vue.js and Vite. Today in this talk, I'm going to be talking about Vite, a next generation build tool that I've been working on earlier this year. Specifically, I want to discuss some of the design trade-offs involved in creating a new build tool, why we want to do that, and what is involved. Okay, so what is Vite? Vite mainly consists of two parts. A no-bundle dev server that serves your source files over native ES modules, and a production bundler, which is rollup based. It's pre-configured and produces highly optimized production builds. Why would you want to use Vite over an existing tool? First of all, it's lean and fast, like really fast. We'll see an example soon. Second, it's opinionated with very sensible defaults. It's based on the experience that I've been working on Vue CLI, which is a very widely used build tool for Vue-specific projects over the years. And it's similar to a pre-configured Webpack and Webpack dev server setup. It's also quite similar in terms of scope to Parcel. Many common features like TypeScript, JSX, and PostCSS work just out of the box. Despite being opinionated, it's still very extensible. It has a rollup compatible plugin interface that makes it very easy to build on top of it. So just to get an idea of how lean it is, here is a tweet of someone running Create React app and Vite side by side on Replit, which is a service that runs your project on a remote container. The Vite project is able to get up and running before the CRA project has even finished installing. One of the reasons that Vite is so lean is because it cares about its own dependency count and payload size. We actually pre-bundle a lot of the unnecessary dependencies into Vite itself so that it installs faster. Its node module's disk size is often a fraction of that of Webpack-based projects. And here is another example of a user migrating a production rollup app over to Vite. As you can see, the original start time was over 2 minutes long, and a single reload can take up to 23 seconds. And now, both numbers, after migrating to Vite, are down to almost negligible numbers. Granted, rollup doesn't have hot module replacement, but I bet Webpack users are not unfamiliar with hot updates taking a few seconds in large projects. With Vite, the HMR is guaranteed to be always instant. Now let's dig into what contributes to Vite's performance. Vite builds upon two interesting trends that we're seeing in the past year. The first is that modern JavaScript is now widely supported. Native ES modules now have over 92% global support, and we're only going to see this number increase as legacy browsers like IE11 going out of market at an accelerated pace. The second important thing is there are new JS compilers being written in compiled to native languages. Two of the most prominent examples are ESBuild, which is written in Go, and SWC, which is written in Rust. Both of these tools are dramatically faster than tools that are written in JavaScript. sometimes up to 100%, sometimes up to 100 times faster depending on the work type and CPU cores utilized. So Vite leverages Chorin 1 native ESM by building the dev server around native ES modules. There are many benefits of a native ESM dev server. First of all, there's no need to do any bundling. That's a big chunk of work that is simply not needed anymore. Second, native ESM is on demand by nature, which means if a module is not loaded for the current screen that you're working on, it doesn't even need to be processed. Third, since modules are fetched over HTTP requests, we can leverage HTTP headers and let the browser do the caching. And finally, most importantly, hot module replacement can be implemented over native ESM in a very simple yet efficient manner. So we'll see this gives us big performance wins soon. But I want to be honest with the technical trade-offs here, right? Native ESM is not perfect without any downside. The main problem that we have faced is the HTTP request overhead. For example, a dependency like Lodash-ES may contain over 700 internal modules and because native ESM is eager, when you import even just a single method from Lodash-ES, the browser will try to request all of these modules that's imported in its entry point. Now, every module request translates to an HTTP request, and the overhead just adds up. It creates a network congestion, and even on local machines with little to zero latency, this overhead is still noticeable. So Vite does implement a few tricks to work around this problem. The first is we pre-bundle dependencies with ES build, right? There are many big dependencies like Material UI that contains hundreds and even thousands of internal modules. But they don't change often, right? And they mostly contain standard JavaScript that doesn't need any special processing, unlike your source files. So this makes them the perfect candidate to be pre-bundled with ES build. By pre-bundling them, we can ensure that each dependency translates to only one HTTP request at most. And since ES build is so fast, the startup boost is often dramatic, especially when you're using large dependencies. In addition, dependencies don't change often, so we can easily cache the pre-bundled output on disk and skip the pre-bundling phase on subsequent server starts. This process also converts common JS dependencies into ESM so that they are consumable natively by the browser. On top of that, pre-bundled dependencies can be strongly cached with HTTP headers. Vite rewrites the imports to dependencies to append a fingerprint query that is linked to the project's log file. So on page reloads, with a strong cache header, the browser won't even make a new request unless your log file has changed. So how about source files? Since source files may be edited at any time, we have to revalidate with the server on every request. But we can still leverage e-tags and the if modified since header to make the request conditional as long as the file itself did not change. Now, this ensures performing full page reloads once the module has been processed once. So here are some important performance trade-offs in Vite's native ESM dev server strategy. First of all, the server start is dramatically faster because there's no bundling needed to be done ahead of server starts. And well, there are bundling that's done for dependency files, but they're done with ES build, and they're typically so much faster than JavaScript-based bundlers. You'll still see a huge boost. The very first page load will in fact be slower because your source file modules are only processed on demand when they are requested over HTTP. Now, the request overhead also affects the first page load the most. But overall, if you combine the server start time plus the first page load time, we're still seeing very significant gains in almost all cases. Once the initial load is done, full page reloads are largely unaffected compared to a bundled method. But finally, another really big gain is that hot module replacement in this model is dramatically faster, especially in large projects, because in the native ESM model, HMR performance is decoupled from the size of your project. So Even as your project grows bigger over time, HMR performance will remain the same. We do have some ideas on how to make the first page load also fast, for example, by introducing a persistent on-disk cache for source files. Another idea that might be worth exploring is replacing part of the internal module processing pipeline with compiled to native modules. As an example, Parcel 2 recently ported its JS processing pipeline to Rust and has seen a big performance boost. So there are potential for us to do the same, but both of these ideas are still in exploration phase, but we are sure that there are a lot of areas that we can still improve in this model. Okay, so now let's talk about the production build. Some may be asking, why even bundle for production if we are using native ES modules? Why not we just ship these modules unbundled to production? Well, I don't have time to dig too much into the details here, but the short answer is the performance is not good enough by default, and caching, which is the supposed advantage of unbundled deployment, is very hard to get right. Bundling still seems to be the better trade-offs that covers more cases. Another common question is, if ESBuild is so fast, why is V still using rollup, right? Why don't we just bundle with ESBuild? Well, the main reason is that bundling user-facing applications has some really different set of challenges compared to bundling a library, which in most cases is just a single file, right? Code splitting is very important in delivering very performant user-facing applications. And as of now, in this regard, rollup is still more mature. It also gives you more flexibility, more control over the chunking process when it comes to code splitting. So this is important both for us to give you automatic optimizations, and also important for users to be able to manually control the final code splitting behavior. So yes, rollup is slower than ESBuild, but in practice we found that the actual bundling is only part of the total cost of the real-world projects. Bundling itself, the act of concatenating the modules together, is actually not the whole thing, right? For example, many projects rely on JavaScript-based transforms of individual modules. For example, Vue or Svelte single-file components, Babel-based custom plugins for CSS in JS. A lot of meta frameworks need to perform static analysis on source files, right? All of these tasks are typically still done with JavaScript-based tools. So we, even when using ESBuild for bundling, you still have to jump back to JavaScript to perform these tasks, and ESBuild won't really help much in these areas. Another major build time sink is minification. Vite, in fact, supports using ESBuild for minification. So you can get slightly faster builds at the cost of slightly bigger bundles, but we still default to Trsor because Trsor, while being slower, still provides better compression in most cases. Now, what we get in return by using rollup in Vite is that we get to do a few things that are currently still hard to do with ESBuild. For example, automatic CSS code splitting. The CSS imported in your async chunks are automatically built into a separate file and are loaded in parallel with the async chunk when they're requested. We also do automatic async chunk loading optimization. When you have waterfalls in your async chunks, we will automatically flatten them for you. You can also do manual chunk split control by using rollup options. Most of these are not really possible at this moment with ESBuild. That said, Vite is still open to switching its production bundler to ESBuild or something faster in the future if these become possible, which makes the trade-off worthwhile, right? But currently, we are essentially opting for a slower production build but better performance for end users, which I believe is the right thing to do. Okay, now I want to talk a bit about another aspect of Vite's design, the fact that it provides an opinionated, sensible default that gets you pretty far out of the box. If we think about it, Vite is essentially functionally comparable to a pre-configured Webpack setup with Webpack, dev server, its CLI, CSS loader, style loader, post CSS loader. you get where this is going. This is not saying Webpack is bad. Webpack started as a JS-focused bundler, and it had to be bare bones by default and be extremely flexible because we had no conventions back then on how these common tasks should be tackled by a build tool when building a user-facing application. So we had to invent these things over time. It is remarkable that Webpack is so configurable that we're able to actually do all of this with it, right? But over time, we've also come to realize that 90% of the higher level tools built on top of Webpack contain a large amount of configuration addressing the exact same problems over and over again. The way we import CSS, the way we expect TypeScript and JSX to just work, the fact that almost everyone has to use post CSS, right? These have become conventions shared across tools and frameworks, across ecosystem. So Vite acknowledges this. So it tries to absorb the complexity of getting these conventions working out of the box so the end user can focus on the things that actually matter. We do also realize that conventions don't always fit every single use case. So Vite's philosophy here is that we optimize for the 90% happy path. While advanced use cases are still made possible via plugins, it should not be a requirement for the majority of use cases. So it's also okay that Vite doesn't cover everything, right? It's not Vite's goal to completely replace Webpack. There are cases where Webpack is still the right choice. For example, if you need module federation, it makes sense for different tools to coexist and fit different roles in the ecosystem. Now, that said, Vite still gives power users a lot via its powerful plugin system. So Vite's plugin system, what we call its universal plugin system, is shared between the dev server and the production build. It extends upon rollups, very straightforward plugin interface. It's a superset of Rollups plugin API with additional capability to control the dev server behavior. You can add middlewares, you can add custom routes. You can also tap into the HMR pipeline when a file changes. You can modify how HMR works. So this gives you very fine-grained control over the whole dev experience. In addition, Vite also provides an API to load ESM source files and instantiate them in Node.js. With hot module replacement like precise invalidation, right? Typically when we do server-side rendering with a bundler, we are essentially running two bundles side by side, one for the client and one for the server. So when you edit a file, we actually rerun both bundles. But in Vite, on the client side, we do hot module replacement over native VS modules. And on the Node.js side, we actually keep the instantiated copies of these modules in memory and only invalidate the ones that are changed, that are affected by your code changes. So this is almost like server-side hot module replacement, which is very efficient. And this also makes it very easy to create a performant server-side rendering dev setup with Vite. Now it can be completely decoupled in production, so you don't have to use Vite in production for server-side rendering. And the result is we are seeing a plethora of SSR meta frameworks built on top of Vite. There are SvelteKit, Ream, which is a server-side rendering framework for Vue 3. There's Vite SSR and Vite plugin SSR. Both are framework agnostic SSR extensions on top of Vite. And we're seeing frameworks like Markle essentially using Vite, which is actually able to encapsulate a meta framework-like functionalities encapsulated inside a single plugin. So this kind of speaks about how powerful the plugin system is. Okay, so Vite is growing really fast, and we're really proud of what we've achieved. But I also really want to give a shout out to the projects, these great projects Vite is built on top of. Mainly Rollup and ESBuild, both are great gifts to the community. And also shout outs to projects that have inspired features in Vite, Snowpack, WMR, at web/dev server, and Parcel. There are a lot of interesting ideas in each of these projects. We, especially for Snowpack, WMR, and Web Dev Server, we are kind of exploring in the same space, and we share a lot of these ideas. So shout out to them for inspiring some of the features in Vite. And yeah, so I'm very excited to see this new wave of dev tools. We are to make the web ecosystem move forward and improve dev experience together. Thank you. That's all. Bye.
That was great, Evan. Thanks a lot for explaining this to us. Before we get into the nitty gritty and the Q&A session with Evan, let's have a look at the results of Evan's poll question. So Evan has been asking us, do you currently use Webpack or any Webpack-based tool like Next or Nuxt? And well, 52% of you, so that's just over half, has been saying Webpack-based tool, so like Next or Nuxt. Evan, what do you think about this? Does this surprise you?
Yeah, I guess the poll is a bit confusing because Webpack based plus Webpack kind of adds over 100%. I just, I don't know. I guess this just really shows how prevalent Webpack is in the ecosystem. Obviously, it's a great project, but you know, one of the reasons I personally now use Vite for almost everything is just because I really missed that really snappy development experience when I first started doing web projects. You know, you just write JavaScript, load it in the browser, and you just refresh. Everything is kind of fast, right? I really missed that. So
you would actually like to go back to that 10% of nothing?
Not nothing, right? We kind of want to have the cake and eat it too. So
yeah. Yeah, but it should feel like that nothing. Yeah, that would be great. So we're going to go to our audience questions now. So if you have any questions, you can still do so in the community track Q&A channel. First question, is there...
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
All right. So before I give the word to Liz, let us know, how did you like Evan's talk? Go to Slido and rate him 1, 2, 3, or 5 stars and let us know. And Liz, now I would like to give the word to you.
Thank you. So now let's check some of our sponsors. Focus Reactive is a London and remote-based consultancy specializing in enterprise Jamstack websites, Hamlet CMS adoption, as well as generic React and Node software engineering. RedTool is a gold sponsor that helps to stop wrestling with UI libraries, hacking together data resources, and figuring out access controls. Start shipping apps that move your business forward. Now, coming next, there's 2 very interesting things coming next. One is discussion room from junior to senior with Sean Wan. To join, click in the corresponding item on the timeline. And now, our next speaker will be Will Johnson. Will Johnson is a developer advocate on the DevRel team at WP Engine. He started coding when he was 10 years old and began coding professionally at 15. Wow. So his talk is about using the proxy API for stage management. But before listening to the talk, let's see the question from Will. Which do you prefer, JavaScript or TypeScript? Please answer on Slido. Don't forget to ask your questions on Discord Community Track Q&A channel. Give Will a big round of virtual applause in Community Track Q&A. Will, the stage is yours.
Hi, I'm Will Johnston. I'm a developer advocate on WP Engine's DevRel team, and I'm here today to talk to you about how you might use proxies or the JavaScript proxy API for state management. Proxies, if you're unfamiliar, are a way that you can observe some of the underlying operations on objects within JavaScript. So if you're familiar with object.observe, which doesn't exist anymore, but that was kind of the precursor to proxies. And if you're also familiar with property descriptors or object.define property. That's a similar thing to proxies. Proxies just enable a little bit more full features. So a little bit about myself. I have been writing code since I was about 10 years old. In high school, I got a job doing some web programming with Python, and I really fell in love with software at that time and software development, and I've been a constant learner since then. I spent most of my career working on the web and back end, and over the past few years, probably 6 to 8 years, I've been working mostly with Node in the JavaScript and TypeScript ecosystem. So I really got interested in proxies because I've done a fair amount of .NET and C# code, and in C# you have a concept of getters and setters on an object, and it allows you to stealthily poke into different operations on that object. And proxies function in a similar manner, but for JavaScript. So I got really interested into proxies to try to figure out how I can make that work, because I really love when you can just use objects as you normally would, but underneath you can understand exactly what's happening. So there are plenty of proxy methods, and proxy methods are used to set up traps so you can observe some of the inherent ability for JavaScript to be performing different functions. So that's what a trap is. We're going to use the get and set traps today because those are simple and easy to grasp, and I'm not trying to go too far in depth with the short time that we have. Something to know: when you're using proxy, you really also need to be using reflect. So the reflect object is used to forward all the operations onto the original object. So if you think of a proxy is in front and you're listening to the set method, when somebody tries to set, you want to use the reflect object to eventually forward that operation on and actually set the value on that object. The reason you do this is related to avoiding this and inheritance issues. So if you create a proxy and then you try to inherit from it and you don't use reflect, you're going to get some wonky functionality where you're actually changing the original object, not the inherited object. So let's just start with a basic demo. Let's get a state object up using proxy to observe changes to that object. So I like to create a proxy handler. It's the easiest way. I know that I'm going to eventually have to create a new object, a new proxy, and we will create an object, and our handler is going to be our proxy handler. So we know that our proxy handler is going to be a type proxy handler, and that's where we have our get and our set methods. So let's create those now. Target, property, and set. Target, property, value. So the get method just returns the target, the property at a certain target, and the set method sets the value of a property on a target. So in here, we'll say getting property. In here, we will say setting property. Oops. And we will use the reflect API. And this is how we can, it just mimics the proxy API directly and allows us to not have to worry about what actually happens underneath. We just want to poke in where we care about it and observe the change. There's one additional piece we care about here, and that is called the receiver. And we want to add that in there. The receiver is going to provide the reflect object with that proper context. So here we have our get, our set. We are just intercepting these operations and logging. Pretty simple. For this, let's create on our state a person. We'll say first name Will. And let's go ahead and just add a last name too. Johnston. All right. And then in order to actually see what's going on here, we will have to console.log state.person.firstname. So what we expect here is it's going to log, getting person on here. You might expect it to log getting first name as well. We'll see whether it does in a second. Spoiler alert, it does not. And I'm just going to say here, and I'll call William. So we'll try to set the first name, and that's good. All right. So note, when we create this proxy, we can just use state like a normal object. We don't have to care. So if you had, typically you'll use a library that might be using proxy underneath. You end up with an object that you use as just a plain old JavaScript object. You set values, you get values, and you don't even know if there's a proxy underneath. And that's what's really nice about proxy, is it's very stealthy. So let's see what this does here. Node. Oh, receiver is not defined. Let's add receiver in here. Boy. All right. Getting person will setting person. So note getting person here. It didn't say getting person dot, and it didn't say getting first name. And then in here we set person. It didn't say setting first name, and it didn't say setting last name. In order to do that, we would have to have a way to recursively observe all of the properties on this object. So let's look at what that entails here. In order to do that, we would need to keep track of all of the different properties and really the path from the original target to those properties. The other thing we will need to keep track of is whether we've already set a proxy on an object already, because if you try to create a proxy on something that is already a proxy, you'll get an error, and we don't want to deal with that. So we need to create a couple of caches. Let's do a path cache. We'll use a weak map. And a proxy cache. We'll also use a weak map. So in here, this is fine. First, let's get the value. Now, in a real world scenario, we would have to do a lot of checks on this value, because you don't want to end up creating a proxy if you on a primitive object, so like strings, numbers, Boolean, etc. But for the case of this demo, we're just going to check type of value is a string. If it's a string, we'll just return value and be done. If it's not a string, we need to get the path. So if this target is already in our path, which it should be, we will get the path here, and then we need to augment the path. So first we're going to say if the path is empty, so if target is our original top level target, it'll have no path. So then if the path is empty, let's add a dot. This is just dot notation. So we're going to end up with a path with dot notation. And then we're going to create a function that will build our proxy. We'll pass in value, and we'll pass path. and property to it. So that'll let us build our proxy. I'm not going to worry about set for the purposes of this demo because it's a lot more complicated. But let's just worry about get so we can observe whenever we're trying to get a property. So let's build this build proxy function, build proxy. And it takes in value and property. Our property is going to be that path. The value is going to be the target on which we want to create the proxy. So the first thing we're going to do is set at the path cache so that up here we can actually look up all the paths. So we'll always know the path and we'll be able to recursively build this path and this cache of paths. And first, we're going to use this this target to check if we already have a proxy. So we want to look in the proxy cache for this value, and if it exists, then we don't need to do anything. So we'll say if not proxy, we want to, or really, let's be more explicit. If proxy is undefined, first let's try to create the new proxy. We're going to use the same proxy handler. That is our recursive proxy handler. Let's not worry about logging anything in the cache. And then we have this proxy, so we need to add it to the proxy cache. So proxy cache dot set value proxy. There we go. Now we have defined that we're keeping track of this proxy cache, so it's going to have all of our proxies, so we don't accidentally overwrite a proxy with another proxy. And we have this try catch just in case something goes wrong. Okay, so we've built our proxy. We have our getter that's recursively calling build proxy. At the end, build proxy returns the proxy, which is going to be the actual value. But what we need to do here is instead of new proxy, we need to say build proxy. And for now, let's just initialize it with an empty object. And then we'll say state.person equals first name, last name. And yeah, this works. Okay, so we're going to build our proxy here to start. Then we're going to say state.person equals first name, last name. We will expect something to be logged here. And then we're going to set person again, and something will log again. So we got person. That's right here. And then we got first name. So getting first name. This is awesome. We have this recursive getter. So every time we get a new property, it builds a proxy with that property so that we can observe all of its children. And so we were first able to observe state. Then we were able to observe person. Then we were able to observe, first name. And it terminated at first name because first name is a string. So if we had, something off of first name, that wouldn't work for us. So let's look at a library that I wrote called Tates. So Tates is a small library for state management that uses the proxy API in a similar manner to how we're using it here, but it allows you to just create your proxy. It does everything it needs to, and then you can subscribe for changes to paths on that proxy. So I'll wipe this out. I've already installed all of the dependencies I need, but what we're going to do is use Tates and fetch posts out of a headless WordPress site. So we'll use Apollo. We have a headless WordPress site set up with GraphQL, and we're just going to pull in posts. I'm going to copy and paste some stuff in here so I don't type it wrong, but we're just going to use Apollo and make a GraphQL call to get posts out of our headless WordPress site. And then we will set those posts on state and try to observe the changes. So the first thing you do with Tates is you get a state object and a subscribe method. And if you're wondering why I called it Tates, I'm not very original. Tates is just state with the S on the end. So let's subscribe to posts. So we want to know when the posts object is set. And posts, we expect posts to be an array of posts. So let's just say if not array.isArray. Posts do nothing. We only care about, if we have posts. And then let's log there are posts.length posts. Okay. So when we set posts on state, it's going to log the length of the posts. So by default, WP GraphQL pulls down 10 posts. And I'm aware that the site we're going to be calling calls 10 posts. So let's take this one step further, and let's actually, in a loop, let's observe all 10 of those posts. So ahead of time, notice our state is nothing. We haven't defined posts or anything on our state, but we can observe changes ahead of time. So let's subscribe in a loop and just try to get the title of each post. So if not title, return. So in order to do this, we want this for loop, and then we want posts.i.title. Tates is able to turn this into a map and understand we need to listen to, post is an array. We want to listen to property 0 through 9 in that array, or index 0 through 9. Okay, so now let's create our function to grab posts. And I'm just going to copy some of this in here so that I get it right. Yeah, let's do that. Get posts. Because otherwise I will not get this right. So if there are errors, we'll just log them. Okay, I have a WordPress site set up at this URL. I'm going to use isomorphic fetch because we're using Node here. And my WordPress site already has a list of posts, so it's ready to go, ready to get posts. And I'm going to copy the query here. Client.query. So we're making a GQL query here to get posts, post nodes title. This is just the WP GraphQL API. And then we will set posts to request result.data.posts.nodes. So assuming we're able to make this request, get the posts, we will set the array, which is these nodes, and each node has a title on it, to posts. All right, and the last thing to do here is call get posts. So let's run this and see what it gives us. It gives us nothing. Great. So what did we do wrong? Let's go back through here. I wrote a lot of code without doing much in here. So what have we done? We need a wait. There we go. With our await, it actually waited for the post to return, And then there are 10 posts. And for each post, we're logging the title. My titles are very original, post 41, 40, all the way down to 32. And there you have it. We have successfully imported Tates in a more real world-ish scenario. We're calling data, we're getting posts from headless WordPress, and we're setting state, and it's updating us and our subscribers. What I like about this is we don't have methods specifically for setting. We just set posts directly on here, and all of our subscribers were updated, so you don't have to worry about it. If you like this talk, then you can get all of the code for this out on GitHub. If you go to github.com/wjohnstow, that is my GitHub, and I have it hosted out there. You can follow me on Twitter at wjohnstow, and there's going to be a little Q&A, so I can answer any of your questions there as well.
Thank you, Will, for this great talk. Now let's see the poll. What do you prefer, TypeScript or JavaScript? So TypeScript by 56% and JavaScript by 44%. This is quite interesting. Is that surprising for you, Will?
Yeah, actually, TypeScript started out in a huge lead, and then JavaScript crept back up. I think that, obviously TypeScript won handily here, but as somebody was mentioning in chat, they consider it a loss because TypeScript didn't win 90% to 10%, which
yeah,
I tend to agree.
That's
funny. I voted, in full disclosure, I voted for TypeScript, so I was trying to move the needle a little bit.
In full disclosure, I voted for JavaScript.
So we canceled out. Nice.
Yeah, we canceled out. But do you think, for example, that maybe TypeScript can replace JavaScript?
So I think that TypeScript will probably never fully replace JavaScript because there are people who just love JavaScript and love the dynamic nature, and I mean, more power to you. I think when I build large applications, I see the real benefit in TypeScript, but sometimes if I'm just trying to write small scripts, JavaScript is good enough.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think TypeScript can replace JavaScript in the near future, but it's huge, and I think we'll keep increasing and getting more adoption, but JavaScript will always be number one, leading. Okay, so now.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Bye-bye.
Join Will in his speaker's room on a spatial chat. The link to join is on the timeline. How do you like Will's talk? Please answer on Slido. Do not forget to tweet with the picture to take part of the raffle of the JSNation swag. We already shared our picture, so we want to see your picture too. During a break, one of our sponsors invite you to join their virtual platform and get a chance to win some AirPods. Yay! Whiteboard is a virtual world for productivity where every person is represented by an avatar. And every room comes packed with the collaboration tools. You can generate an avatar by taking a picture of yourself or manually selecting pre-made elements, then explore the virtual world and talk to the other users. Whiteboard arguments the potential of online collaboration, away from video calls and into virtual presence. JSNation viewers get an extra perk. Join JSNation Watch Party in Whiteboards to be the first one to find a bot that has gone rogue and win a set of Apple AirPods. Yay! Go ahead and win those AirPods. Now we will have a 10-minute break before the OS Awards ceremony. And in parallel, there will be a discussion room on security with Matteo Colina and Ujjwal Sharma.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components like tables, buttons, and forms to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
Okay, and we're back. I hope you all had some nice drinks to refresh yourselves. Stay pumped for the rest of the day because we have a lot more great content coming. I wanted to remind you that we have the spatial chat. If you want to interact with the rest of the attendees, be sure to check out discussion rooms also are happening on spatial chat. We are running a discussion room now in spatial chat about security, and later on we'll have one about UI and UX. So be sure to check that out on spatial chat. Again, find the link in the timeline below for the discussion rooms, or above the player, there's a button for just joining the spatial chat in general. I want to take a moment to thank one of our gold sponsors, Kendo UI. Progress Kendo UI helps developers create high-performing business apps with hundreds of components pre-built for Angular, React, Vue, and jQuery. Check it out at kendoui.com. I also want to thank another gold sponsor, Commerce Layer. Do you need an enterprise-grade commerce API designed for modern developers? Then enter Commerce Layer. Headless, composable, made for global brands. Sign up and try all the features for free on commercelayer.io. Thanks a lot for sponsoring this event, Commerce Layer. Really appreciate it. And now it's time for the OS Awards. And we have two very special MCs running that event, separate from me and Liz. We have Bruce Lawson, who was actually like the main MC last year, together with me and two other MCs. And we have Stefan Fejes, who has actually been running the OS Awards for us for, I think, for 2 or 3 years now. So super happy to have him back. And with that, I want to give the word to Bruce and Stefan. Let's go to the Open Source Awards.
Welcome to the Open Source Awards 2021. We're very excited to be here today with you. My name is Stefan, and together with me, I have Bruce.
Hi.
So two of us will be hosting you today on the 3rd edition of Open Source Awards. And for those of you who are not familiar with the event and what Open Source Awards is, let me briefly tell you about it. So Open Source Awards is here to celebrate a community's success and highlight the most impactful open source contributions of the past year. So many of you in the audience are probably asking, okay, so who nominated the projects and who is picking out the winners? So let me briefly guide you through the whole process. So throughout the whole year of 2020 and 2021, we had an open forum where you as a community member could submit your own favorite projects. And over the past year, we collected more than 500 unique projects. And out of those 500, we handpicked the 25 most common projects in 5 different categories. So today we are here to showcase those 25 projects to you, separate in 5 different categories. And towards the end of the ceremony, we will be announcing the winners. And the winners were handpicked by a program committee as well as the speakers at the JSNation conference. So yeah, without wasting any more time, let's jump into the first category. Bruce, tell us more about it.
Okay, Stefan, the first category is productivity boosters. Yep, these are the kind of projects where often you don't really know you're using them, but they help you do your job faster. Often overlooked, but today is their moment in the spotlight. Fame and glory awaits. So, first up, let's look at the video of the category. And the first one in the nominations is Project Philia. Let's find out about Project Philia.
Philia is a reactive Slack application framework. With Philia, you can build interactive Slack apps without webhooks or JSON headache. If you know React, you know how to make a Slack app.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, pretty cool. So that was Project Philia. Next on our list, we have a pretty interesting project called Fig. I actually had a chance to try this project and it's really amazing. It just launched to public, so let's check it out.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt. And I'm Brendan, and we're the founders of Fig.
Fig adds VS Code style autocomplete to your existing terminal. As you can see here, we can suggest files and folders in your current working directory. We can see files that are ready for staging for tools like Git. We even have built-in shortcuts for common workflows like git commit. Fig gives you descriptions of the subcommands, options, and arguments as you are typing them, so you never need to go to the docs or a man page again. We can do a ton of cool things under the hood, like searching over the npm package registry or even showing you the scripts available in your package.json.
All of these completions are open source and built by the community. Fig defines a declarative TypeScript schema that makes it easy to add autocomplete to any CLI tool.
So that was Project Fig, and I think you should definitely check it out. It's really cool, but without wasting more time, let's jump into the next one project called grid.js.
Grid.js is an open source MIT licensed table plugin written in TypeScript. It enables you to convert your 2D array into a formatted table. It works with most JavaScript frameworks and offers a lot of useful features like search, sort, and pagination. On gridjs.io, we have a list of pre-built examples that you can explore and experiment with. And the interactive editor helps you to see your changes in action. For instance, in this example, you can simply change the limit config to update the pagination component. Grid.js offers a search module as well, which can be enabled by just passing search through to your config. As you can see, we just disabled the search module easily by just setting the search config to false. You can also easily load your server-side data by defining your backend URL in the server section of your config. Grid.js lets you update the default theme using CSS and JS. We are using Emotion in this example, and you can easily customize all components. Last but not least, you can extend Grid.js by writing your own plugin. In this example, we are rendering a simple h1 tag by defining a function and passing the function to the list of Grid.js plugins. You can also develop a plugin by writing a class that extends the Grid.js base component. In addition to that, you can also extend the Grid.js data processing pipeline. For example, here we are calculating the sum of the salary column. And as you can see, the native search and sort components are also working nicely with our new plugin. Please visit gridjs.io to find out more. Thanks for watching.
Who in the world doesn't love a spreadsheet, right? Everybody loves spreadsheets, but your choices are limited. There's Excel, which is like so 90s, it might as well be an episode of Friends, or there's Google Sheets, and that is just like totally Google. But the next project, Lucky Sheet, is a fully fledged spreadsheet, MIT licensed. Let's check it out.
Lucky Sheet is an online spreadsheet like Excel that is powerful, simple to configure, and completely open source. It has many enhanced features such as pivot tables, charts, comments, cooperative editing, inserting pictures, metric calculations, and more.
That was Lucky Sheet. So groovy, even Bob Dylan uses it, right? The next thing, I don't know how to pronounce it. It might be WMR, it might be Wimmer. Let's find out.
VMR is a tiny all-in-one development tool for modern web apps in a single 2 MB file with no dependencies. It features all the features you'd expect and more, from the development to production, including no entry points or pages to configure, importing CSS files and CSS modules, lightning fast JSX supported you can debug in the browser, hot reloading for modules, pre-add components in CSS, highly optimized rollup-based production output, and much more.
And that was Wimmer. So that concludes all the nominations for the productivity category. And I think we can all agree that all of them rocked so hard. It was like Motorhead playing a gig on an asteroid, that rocking. So let's find out who won. And I love this category so much, I'm throwing in a special prize. One of you will receive this orange. Yep. So Stefan, here's the list.
Yep, I got it. So the winner of the Productivity Booster category is Project Fig. Congratulations to all the winners.
Well done, Fig. You get this orange. So it's a fruity themed category. And now to the next category. And it is the most impactful contribution to the community category. So, projects that contribute the most to development and growth of the community. Who's the first one, Stefan?
So the first one in the list is a project that comes from the Chrome dev team at Google, and it's called Web Vitals. Let's check it out. The Web Vitals library is a tiny modular library for measuring all the Web Vitals metrics on real users in a way that accurately matches how they're measured by Chrome and reported to other Google tools. The library supports all of the core Web Vitals as well as all of the other Web Vitals that can be measured in the field.
That was Web Vitals. Next up is COVID-19 vaccine spotter. I don't know if you've heard, but there's this disease called COVID going around. I've had both of my jabs because I'm so old, I'm nearly dead. Have your jabs, please. Let's find out about the project.
Vaccine Spotter is a tool to help you track down COVID-19 vaccine appointment openings at your state's pharmacies, updated every minute. Rather than searching around on each pharmacy websites, we'll automatically scan the pharmacy websites and show you any available appointments we can find on one page. And that was COVID-19 Vaccine Spotter. Next on our list, we have a project from Airbnb called TypeScript Migrate. Let's check it out. TypeScript Migrate is a tool for helping migrate code to TypeScript. It takes JavaScript or partial TypeScript project in and gives a compiling TypeScript project out.
So that was TypeScript Migrate, pretty groovy, huh? Next up is a project named after Optimus Prime's sweary brother. Yep, F Prime. Let's check it out.
F-Prime is a component-driven framework that enables rapid development and deployment of spaceflight and other embedded software applications. So that was the project F-Prime, but we also have another exciting project on this list called Xcollidraw. So let's check it out. Xcollidraw is open source virtual whiteboard for sketching hand-drawn like diagrams. It lets you quickly add drawings and mockups with unique aesthetic. This video wrapped up all the projects in the category of most impactful contribution of 2021. So I think it's time to announce the winner for this category. Bruce, why don't you hand me over the paper?
Here you are, Stefan.
Awesome, thanks so much. So the winner of the most impactful contribution to the community is Web Vitals.
Well done.
Congratulations to the Web Vitals and the team behind it at Chrome. I think it's really impactful addition to our community and to the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, obviously, if you work for Google, you're a millionaire. So we're not going to send you any money or insult you, but I'm going to throw in this special prize, which is a stress emoji poo. So if Sergey Brin or Larry Page want to come around to my house, this emoji poo is yours. Okay, the next category, what is it? It is the best fun side project of the year. Let's find out about this. So this category is about fun projects that make you go, wow, without specific purpose or logic, but interesting and entertaining. And for interesting and entertaining, I'm going to throw in this kazoo as a prize. Stefan.
Yeah, sure. So this is actually my favorite category, and I'm super excited about it, especially in the COVID pandemic. We actually saw an increasing number of fun side projects, and I'm more than excited to share them with you today. So the first on our list, we have a project called Rough Notation. Let's check it out. Rough Notation is a small JavaScript library used to create and animate annotations on a web page. Rough Notation uses Rough.js to create hand-drawn look and feel. Elements can be annotated in a number of different styles. Animation duration and delay can be configured or just turned off.
And that was Rough Notation. Next up, the next nomination is a project called edX.
Working on a computer all day can get boring. Enter edX UI, a fully functional terminal inspired by its visual effects in science fiction movies. Designed for touchscreens, edX displays real-time information about your system and network, and it has a lot of customization options. You can choose from over a dozen user-contributed themes to make it look perfect on Linux, macOS, and Windows. Check out the project on GitHub and try it for yourself.
So that was a project edX, and I think it's one of my favorite projects of 2021. But without wasting more time, let's get on to the next one, which is Project Quadplay.
Imagine the year 1989 in a fantasy timeline where game consoles get today's scripting, physics, and AI for productivity and design instead of competing on 3D graphics. Quadplay realizes that fantasy as a virtual console with 11 bundled games. It's also a full development environment for education and game jams. You can play and make Quadplay games on your phone, handheld PC, Raspberry Pi, laptop, or any device with a browser.
So that was a fantastic project called Quadplay. Let's move on to the next one, which is called TX Run 3D. I'm sure you're going to love it. Let's check it out. TX Run 3D is a 3JS WebGL game made as an experiment. All the graphics were handcrafted, so the overall feel and look of the game will be the same as the original 2D game. What an awesome recreation of our traditional game that we used to play when we had no internet connection. But now that we do, let's move to the last project, which is called macOS Web. So that was Project macOS Web. And since we are very short on time, let's move on to announcing the winners. Bruce, why don't you hand me over the winners for this category?
I will, and I will play the prize kazoo as I do it.
Thank you so much. So the winner of the Fun Side Project of the Year category is Project Rough Notation.
Well done. Well done, Project Rough Notation. This kazoo will be coming to you. And next category, it is the most exciting use of technology. This category is about unique and unconventional use of JavaScript, a mix of original software and technologies that make the language shine and boost development. And the first nomination is AR.js.
With AR.js, you can create your web augmented reality experiences in zero time and deploy them just like any other website. An AR.js web app is made up by literally 10 lines of HTML thanks to the integration with libraries like Three.js and A-Frame. It is possible to choose among several augmented reality experiences like marker-based, image-based, and location-based. The final user has only to know your website URL or scan a QR code to enter the AR view.
What a fantastic project that was. Thank you so much for showing us around. So next on our list, we have a very nice project called Neo. Let's check it out.
Hi, this is Tobias, and I'm going to show you the front-end UI framework Neo.js. Neo is centered around an application worker being the main actor. Main threads are as idle and small as possible. Your apps and component truly live inside the app worker scope. Combined with JSON-based VDOM, you get an incredible performance. The Neo dev mode directly runs inside your browser. Multi-window apps share the same data, resulting in less API calls. You can move entire component trees across windows. Check it out at github.com/neomjs/neo.
And that was Neo. The next nomination is harp.gl.
HarpGL is an experimental and work-in-progress open-source 3D map rendering engine written in TypeScript. You can use this engine to develop visually appealing 3D maps and create highly animated and dynamic map realization with WebGL using the popular Three.js library.
Rocking, and the next nomination is for Project Redaxios.
Axios has a great API that developers love. Redaxios provides the API in 800 bytes using native fetch API. For those searching for ways to shave a few kilobytes of their bundles, that's less than 1/5 of the size, this is made possible by using the browser's native fetch API, which is supported in all modern browsers and polyfilled by most tools including Next.js, Create React App, and Preact CLI. So that was Project Redaxios, an Axios written in 800 bytes. So let's move on to the next project, which is also the last one in this category. And the project is called Opine. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Craig Morton, and this is Opine, a fast, minimalist web framework bringing the power of Express to the new and awesome secure TypeScript runtime that is Dino. Opine supports a whole host of useful features, from robust routing to template engine support, and getting started couldn't be simpler. With built-in types and a familiar expressive API, you can write a production-ready server in under 10 lines of code. Not sure how to begin? Kickstart your first project with the Opine CLI.
Thank you for showing us around and for showing us what Dino ecosystem looks like. I think it's time to wrap up the category and announce the winners for the most exciting use of technology of 2021. So Bruce, let's not waste any more time. Can you hand me over the paper?
Certainly. Here you go, Stefan.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So, yeah, this was a pretty tough category, but the winner for it is a project called ARJS.
Well done, AR.js. You'll be getting this gift from me. It is a plushy Cthulhu, the ancient one. I'm not going to send it to you, but you can have an NFT for a picture of it. And it's time for our last category. The winner of this category will get this attractive yellow large paper clip that I found on my desk, and I don't know where it came from, but you'll love it. So let's find out about the breakthrough of the year. It's a project that contributes to the JavaScript ecosystem and adds new dimensions and new possibilities for further development, new concepts and ideas with excellent first realization and huge future potential. Tell us more, Stefan.
Yeah, sure. So this is one pretty flagship category, and many projects out there compete for this one. But today we only had a chance to select top 5 projects that were nominated by the community. So let's move on to the first one, which is a project called VIT. Let's check it out. VIT is a build tool that aims to provide a faster and leaner development experience for modern web projects. It consists of 2 major parts: a dev server that provides rich feature enhancements over native ES modules, and a build command that bundles your code with rollup, pre-configured to output highly optimized static assets for production. VIT is opinionated and comes with a sensible defaults out of the box, but is also highly extensible via its plugin API and JavaScript API with full typing support.
That was Veet, cooler than Justin Bieber sitting in a bathtub full of ice cubes. And our next project sounds like a Dan Brown novel. It is the Rome toolchain.
Rome is a linter, compiler, bundler, and more for JavaScript, TypeScript, JSON, HTML, Markdown, and CSS. Rome unifies functionality that has previously been separate tools. Building upon a shared base allows us to provide a cohesive experience for processing code, displaying errors, parallelizing work, caching, and configuration. So that was the project, the Rome toolchain. Let's move on to the next one. Let's check out the Aleph.js. Aleph.js is the React framework written in Deno. It gives you the best developer experience for building modern web applications. TypeScript in Deno, ES module imports, file system routing, server-side rendering, hot module loading with fast refresh, and more, with no configuration needed. So that was another project contributing to the Deno ecosystem. Now let's move on to the last one for this category, and it's called SvelteKit. Let's check it out. So that was SvelteKit, an awesome project developed by Svelte community. So this wraps up our whole event, and I think it's time to announce the winners for the Breakthrough of the Year category. So Bruce.
Absolutely, it's more exciting than a box set of Vin Diesel movies. There you are.
Thank you so much. So the winner of this category is Project VIT.
Yes! Project VIT, you get the paperclip. And that concludes the Open Source Awards for 2021. What a great year it's been with all the other stuff going on in the world. People have still taken loads of time to produce great projects and give them to the world for free. We salute all of you.
Yeah, as Bruce said, it has been a hard year, but first of all, congratulations to all the nominees. You know, in our eyes, everybody here is the winner. Today, we just had to pick few winners out of all the nominees because it's the goal of the event. But again, congrats to everybody, and I hope to see you next year.
Keep on open sourcing.
Congratulations to all the winners of the Open Source Awards. Please keep contributing and making the web bigger and more interesting. So now we also want to give a shout out to the media partners. Thank you for spreading the word about the conference. Media Dev is a Spanish content creator focusing on web development. He streams regularly on Twitch and creates videos on YouTube. Follow him. Codestrack creates tutorials about web development, including coding languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, and PHP. Subscribe to the YouTube channel for the latest content. Taylor Potts is a web developer from the United Kingdom who makes video tutorials about anything code in hopes that you learn something new to use in your career. And Leonidas Esteban is a Google developer expert in web technology, CSS, and JavaScript nerd, front-end mentor, and teacher of 50,000 students. Check out his courses. Then next, we're going to have a panel which is called Next Gen Build Tools. I'm giving the word to Sharon to introduce the panelists and run the panel.
Hey there, I'm super happy to be here and to be with the JSNation team again in this excellent event of JSNation. And I am even more privileged and honored to be here with this excellent panel of experts. Evan Yo, creator of Vue.js and Vite. Vite, is that how you pronounce it? Vite or Vite? Vite, right. Okay, so I wasn't sure about that.
French.
Yes, that's why I asked. I assumed it might be French, but then, you know, the American in me wasn't 100% sure. Sean, aka Swang, head of developer experience at Temporal.io and the author of Coding Career Handbook. Say hello.
Hey.
And Fred K. Schott, Snowpack author, and who apparently had a very exciting launch just yesterday.
Yep, just yesterday.
That's good for you. Congratulations. And also hot on the heels of the Open Source Awards, which I near and dear to my heart is the Cloud Native and Open Source IL community lead. So that's exciting. Congrats to all the winners. I'm really excited to be here. I think this is going to be a really great session. So folks, don't forget to drop your questions for our panelists. They're here now with us, and you really want to hear their expert opinions on next gen build tools. So I guess the $1 million question for all of you, and we'll let each and every one of you first also introduce yourselves and give us a little bit of background about why you would know a lot about next gen build tools, but also what makes a tool a next gen build tool versus just a regular old build tool. So let's start with Evan.
Sure. So I'm Evan. I work on Vue.js and Vite, and I guess Vite is considered a next-gen build tool. That's kind of the slogan. But honestly, like if I were asked to say define what really makes it next gen, I don't think there is a very clear or definitive line. Like we can, I think, existing so-called old-gen tools like Webpack, given proper redesign or improvements, can incorporate some of the characteristics of next-gen tools. So I don't think it's a very definitive, like this is always going to be old, this is always going to be new, right? In terms of technology, it's always going to be a shifting landscape. But I guess in general, I think some of the trends I've personally been seeing is adoption of these new emerging standards, leveraging more from the platform itself, like native ES modules, native dynamic imports. There are some interesting stuff that's going on in this standards body, like new URL or import meta, like import.meta the URL, you can use that. And also like, I think there are ongoing work trying to standardize CSS imports as well. So a lot of interesting stuff there. I think next-gen tools in general try to play along with these native standards that's coming up and try to leverage as much native capabilities as possible. And another aspect is, I guess next-gen tools don't really limit itself to be strictly JavaScript. Like as long as you serve the purpose of a build tool, we can leverage tools, lower level tools written in other languages, or the tool itself can be written in other languages other than JavaScript. That's just my 2 cents. Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. Swix, I'll let you take it from here. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you consider to be a next-gen build tool.
Yeah, I feel the most imposter syndrome here because I don't actually work on a next-gen build tool. I more or less serve the role of JavaScript journalist. So I write about these tools and I try them out rather than actually build one. So a lot of respect to the other two who are here. I think the only reason I'm here is because I wrote this blog post about the third age of JavaScript, which I think Fred is also going to talk about. So I had a few definitions. They're ES modules first. They're collapsing layers. So sometimes we used to have this Unix philosophy in JavaScript where each tool does one little part of the tool chain. You can see a consolidation of jobs into a single tool, which is partially what Roam tools does. It's more type safe. It's more secure sometimes. It's polyglot, like Evan already said. I have this dream of calling it essentially scripting core and scripting shell and systems core, and that's a lot of what people are moving towards too. And then some kind of isomorphic JavaScript coming in the form of things like Astro, which Fred is also working on. So there are a bunch of ideas all thrown in there. There's no overall theme apart from these are just newer and haven't been worked on before. So if you want to call a line of like next gen, I think these are the directions that people are exploring.
Interesting. And you mentioned Roam, so we'll keep that in mind because that's going to be one of the next things we're talking about. But I want to let Fred also answer the question. So first, Fred, introduce yourself and also give us your little take on what a next-gen build tool is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm still laughing at Sean, JavaScript journalist. That is just, I never had a title for what you are, but that's actually spot on. No, I mean, that blog post kind of nails where we saw our vision. So I've been working on a project called Snowpack for a while now. And before that, something called ES install. And now the launch yesterday was something called Astro. And all of this has been about exploring the space of what is a next-gen build tool. And when we got started, it was kind of a lot of what's already been said, right? There's this real shift towards using more stuff in the browser, native JavaScript, and relying less on all the tooling that you can, which was kind of, to kind of give a dramatic summary of where we were coming from over the last decade, was like Webpack will do everything. And so there's been a real move towards other tools to solve bundling, using more compiled languages and WASM. I don't think any of these tools would be half as impressive as they are if we weren't able to rest on the shoulders of ESBuild and SWC. So a huge shout out to them. They're kind of powering a lot of this at the lower level. And then, just like letting the browser kind of catch up over the last decade, we are now able to rely on these really cool native primitives in the browser, which just drops the amount of work you need to do as a developer, your tooling needs to do, and you get a much simpler baseline of tooling as a result.
That's really interesting. So I like the comparison to older tools, but since you touched on it briefly, I'll let you unpack that, ironically, a little bit and tell us a little bit but about the differences, right? So what you were using till now, and what has been significantly improved now that you can adopt next gen build tools.
Yeah, sure. So I might be the most kind of like old man yelling at clouds on this, because we started looking at this so early when it was just like a Webpack dominated space, and now there's a ton more options. But at the time, this was back in like 2018, 2019, you just like couldn't import React in the browser. You had to like basically either use a bundler or use the UMD build, which means you're like window.reacting and window.react doming, and doing this more manual approach that's really just didn't have the same convenience of, you know, you go into Webpack and you're actually able to use ESM and you're able to use this syntax that feels really modern and fresh. But behind the scenes, Webpack was like taking that and doing a lot of work to bundle it for you, so that it would run in a browser that maybe didn't have that primitive, that import export syntax. And so, you know, a lot of my early days were like, no, you like don't need to do all this, but it was only because these primitives were now finally in the browser. And so again, you know, it dominated the last decade because it was really the only way to get a modern developer experience that actually ran in all browsers. But what we've seen now that we have these primitives is like some of just the basic core understandings of what a dev tool is are being revisited. So the idea of having to rebundle your site every time you hit save, or run a bunch of processing on large chunks of your site during development, those are being revisited, and a lot of them are going away in favor of what Vite and Snowpack both do, which is treating your individual files as individual builds and not necessarily having to, well, Evan, I don't want to speak for you. I think Snowpack might go a little more dramatically in this direction, but thinking of even the bundler as a optional tool in your tool chain. And if you don't need to bundle, if you don't care about that, you don't have to. You can kind of bring it in as you want to go when you're ready to tackle performance or to go to production. So all of these kind of fundamental things about how we build websites are being revisited for the first time in a while. It's a really exciting time.
Yeah, it sounds exciting. Evan, I'll allow you to chime in here and tell us a little bit about how Vite is different, what Vite is focusing on, what's like kind of in the roadmap in terms of taking it forward as a next gen build tool.
Sure. So for me, Vite started really with the itch that I have for myself, because we built Vue CLI, which is Webpack based. And when I built Vue CLI, we had this kind of a lesser known command called Vue serve, which is a global command that just allows you to spin up a dev server for a Vue file without any like configuration at all. You just need a file and you can use that command to spin up dev server. And I like that, but like over time, it's still like, in order to do it, you have to install global Vue CLI, and the whole process is still slower than I would have hoped. Like I always wanted to have this thing where I can literally spin up a dev server in milliseconds and have something on the screen immediately. So when I saw browsers started to land native ES imports in the browser, and I was playing around with it, and I was able to actually just compile a Vue file on the fly in the request. And I had that proof of concept, but at that time it really was just a proof of concept, because around that time very few people actually use native ES imports. And I was like, maybe this is just too early. But like, you know, a year or two later, I realized, oh, like all the major browsers today actually ship with native ES imports. Maybe it's time to revisit that idea. But at the same time, I was trying to figure out how hot module replacement would work over it, because that's kind of becoming something that's kind of essential for large scale workflows. So so I revisited the project, finally figured out how to do hot module replacement with native ES modules. And that was kind of the initial shape, how Vite took shape. It was, and I realized this could be more than just a prototyping tool. So at a higher level, Vite is built on top of that, and we're trying to really I think the initial goal was to provide something closer in development experience to Vue CLI, because we want to have a lighter, leaner, modern equivalent to Vue CLI for our users. But along the way, as we built more and more of the features, like move the equivalent features into Vite, we realized a lot of them are not Vue specific. They can actually help, be used in other frameworks too. Like a lot of the stuff is shared, like how you handle CSS or how you want to actually build. In terms of build, Vite is a bit more opinionated because we want to have the tool that handles the dev server and the build process in the same tool, right? Because people are used to Vue CLI doing that. So we kind of want to carry over that characteristics. And eventually we essentially extract all the things we learned in Vue CLI, combined with these new ideas, and came up with something that I think one of the interesting thing is Vite is designed to be a bit more out of the box, so that existing users of Vue CLI or Create React app can kind of move over a bit more seamlessly, because it kind of caters to what they're used to, like the way certain things are supposed to work. I guess it's becoming sort of a shared convention among the tools. So we kind of do a bit more in that aspect. So yeah, I think at a high level, we really want Vite to be something that you can actually ship production sites with today, because we have existing users who are using a tool that we've built previously. They're already shipping stuff to production. So we kind of want our new thing to be able to let them actually move production sites over, instead of saying, this is all just explorative, don't use it for production. So we really spend a lot of time trying to make sure there's feature parity among these things. I guess, yeah, so in some way, we have to make a lot of more pragmatic trade-offs where, say, we really hope we can like bundle with ES Build for production, but at the same time, there are certain things it's kind of hard for us to do with ES Build directly. So we eventually opted to use Rollup for production builds, right? So a bunch of trade-offs we made are really trying to just make sure existing users can still get what they're used to, but still get some of the benefits of the new development models during development.
That's awesome. Really great work. So I'm going to actually, because Swix mentioned Rome before, and we don't have anyone from Rome on the panel, although they were invited, so we wish they were here. I'll let you take a stab at kind of taking an overview on Rome and how it differs from the tools discussed already, and then we'll move on to more stuff.
So I don't feel qualified to talk about it, but I have talked with Jamie and Sebastian, so Rome is it's not at the same level as Vite or Skypack or Snowpack. It's more on the level of trying to replace a bunch of tooling. So if you look at they actually published, when they announced their fundraising information as a company, they published their investor slide deck as well. So I would actually share that in the Discord. But essentially, they're trying to replace Babel, Webpack, Sass, Storybook, ESLint, Prettier, StyleLint, Gulp, Jest, NPM,
Wow.
PostCSS, YesDoc, TypeScript, Cursor.
That sounds ambitious.
Yeah, so kind of like the all-in-one tooling. And I actually kind of view it as like Node's answer to Deno, in a sense of like Node has a very defined feature set right now, but it doesn't do a lot of the other stuff that we want, like formatting, like linting, where we typically have to configure all this. So you would take an existing Node application and slap Rome on top of it. It also does bundling, so that's where it competes. But its scope is a lot bigger. And it also has zero dependencies. So they want to write all this from scratch. I think the other strong opinion that they have is they want to write it all in TypeScript. So there's none of the polyglot tooling thesis in here as well. So it's a very strongly opinionated framework. Right now, they only do linting as far as I know. So that's the vision versus the reality today is still very stark. But these two people have some of the strongest track records in JavaScript. So it's definitely worth paying attention to.
It's interesting that that's where you kind of wrapped it up, because that's the first question that came in from the community, is actually about opinionated versus configurable as a tooling trend. So can you unpack that a little bit? The question was really like Webpack and Babel are both super flexible, but ESBuild is intentionally not. Rome all in one, and you talked about Rome being a little bit opinionated. So a little bit about more opinionated build tools versus the more configurable and flexible ones. I'll let you continue that, and then we'll move on to Fred. And
I think it's a false dichotomy, essentially. We had a brief period where zero config JS was cool, and then we were like, oh, actually, no, everyone needs to config stuff. So we'll try to have good defaults. I think that's what everyone wants.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Awesome. Fred, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was muted there. I feel like I'm cheating. I actually asked that question trying to just kind of see this idea. No, my name's different on Discord, so I promise that wasn't intentional. But no, I think there's something interesting going on here. I don't know if it's as concrete as a real trend, but there is this idea that you see this in Webpack and Babel, this like full customization of a plugin can do anything. You can customize your build entirely. It's this really powerful platform. I'm not seeing that as much in the newer tools. Like ESBuild is really being intentionally like where it's JavaScript. You can maybe compile something like Svelte View to JavaScript, but we're not giving you as much control as Webpack did. And, I think over the years, it's one of the reasons these platforms are so popular, but at the same time, you still have people having trouble upgrading from Webpack 4 to 5, so much longer after its release. And Babel, it's a big ecosystem, but then, it has these problems that maybe Rome is trying to solve, and it's kind of all in one stack. So I think there is something that's maybe just a constant push-pull in tooling and in the web, but all that power that customization and like full control gives you ends up actually being a hindrance when it's taken to the extreme. And I know we see this with Snowpack a lot when people are asking, what does it take to migrate from an older Webpack app to Snowpack? The question is really like, it kind of depends how deep in the Webpack hole you've gone. If you've customized every possible import to do these things that aren't really JavaScripty, it's not really a Snowpack limitation. It's a limitation of using the browser primitives. You've dug yourself into a hole you need to now dig yourself out of. So, it's this interesting push-pull between the two.
Interesting. We want to fit a lot more into this panel, so I'm going to ask you, Evan, just to keep your answer brief so we can move on to some of the questions from the community that are coming in. Folks want to ask this powerhouse team some questions. So quickly on this one, and then we'll wrap up this one.
Sure. Yeah, so my personal experience with V is kind of similar. Like, I think it kind of plays with how Webpack initially started, not just only targeting web apps, right? You can actually use it to just bundle a Node.js package and ship it for Node.js. So it was designed to cover a much wider range of use cases, and it still do, right? Which inherent just increases the problem surface and its inherent complexity. It has to be that flexible to be able to handle all these different cases. But on the other hand, say Vite or Snowpack, we are kind of really just focused on the web. We're built with the assumption that you're trying to build a web app, right? When you define the problem space to a narrower one, you can make more assumptions. You can sort of come up with more conventions to make it more streamlined, because we know you are dealing with a specific type of problems. But still, even within that, there are always kind of this sort of, you kind of have to figure out where the sensible defaults really kind of fall. You can only figure that out over time, right? When people actually build things with your stuff and you realize what makes sense, what doesn't.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The next questions I'm going to just target to one or two of you at a time, because I want to get stuff in. So next question that came in from the community. Do you think at some point we'll overcome browser limitations, for example, in terms of massive amount of module loading performance? I'll ask the second half of the question in a little bit. So let's answer that one quickly. Swix, what do you think?
At some point is a very long time period, but the V8 team has officially said that I think the limit is something like 100, or like there's just it's just like a physical limit as to how many you want to load in parallel. So I don't think so, but maybe the other guys can chime in.
Go for it, Evan.
Yeah, like my personal like I'm not too familiar with how V8 plans to solve it, but I think the bottleneck is really in the network. Like even locally, say with Vite or Snowpack, we are no bundlers doing dev, right? But we're still loading all these modules over HTTP requests. There's still an overhead. And when the number of parallel requests are large enough, like even with zero latency, you're still seeing a lot of overhead. So I think it's an intrinsically difficult problem when you're trying to load this many modules over the network. So I'm not sure if this is something solvable in the short term. In the long term, it may have to require some fundamental innovation at the protocol level to see this change.
What an interesting segue, because that's the second half of the question. I'm not sure if you already answered it or not, but basically the other half of the question was, we have HTTP2, that's a bit of a tongue twister, and NDSM, but at the same time, we still tend to be better off with bundling to one package, sometimes with code splitting. What, in your opinion, is missing in the browser? ECMAScript standards to allow working modules out of the box without any performance drawbacks. We can see right now. So I feel like you kind of touched on that. So I'll let Fred expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, it's something that everything is constantly getting a bit better. Like now we have HTTP3, and that's even better at this multiplexing of resources. So actually separating multiple files being loaded into almost separate streams within that connection, so that one drop package doesn't tank the whole connection. There's a lot of stuff going on at the networking layer that's targeting, not really explicitly, but kind of unintentionally, as just a nice impact here. Better unbundled loading performance. Now that's still not, at the end of the day, 1,000 files versus one file, it's going to be slower on that first load time, especially. So it starts to become more of a game of trade-offs, I would say, where if you're building something that's more of an application, right, like your inbox on Gmail, and it's something that you go to, you have it open, you go back, it's like constantly in a tab and open. There is this really interesting performance idea where you're not really optimizing anymore for that first page load. You're kind of trying to optimize for someone who's a repeat visitor of the site. And then the caching story of a less bundled site kind of becomes an interesting part of this, where if you can, looking at the extreme of every file individually served to the user, what that means is that when one changes, you do have the opportunity to only ship that one change to the browser. So instead of resending an entire bundle, and every time any engineer at Google pushes a change, you end up rebundling the entire site and reshipping that to every user because it blows out the cache of a single bundle. You get something that's much more flexible. There's a ton of complexity that I'm hand waving away there, fingerprinting, caching strategies, but it becomes less of a every use case you have to do this thing, and instead a little bit more of a trade-off based on your use case, based on performance, and again, the networking stack continuing to improve in browsers really being in this kind of evergreen model where they're improving at a much faster clip than they did 10, 20 years ago.
That's super interesting. I actually do want to get to the use cases, but I see that there are more questions from the community. So I'm going to ask the questions from the community, and then I think we're going to wrap up with the question about the use cases, the ideal use cases for which tool. So the next question from the community is, Vite is the new kid on the block for me. How does it compare to Snowpack? Oh, all right. I'll let Swix take that.
Split the difference.
Wait. Vite or what? Why me? Why not Fred?
Because it's Vite versus Snowpack. I feel like I don't have any objective. No, I'm kidding.
I would love to hear Evan's answer on this.
Okay, so I'll let Swix start, and then I'll hear Evan and Fred out.
Well, they're both great. I don't know.
No, Sean, you have to pick. You have to pick. We're not leaving until you pick.
No riding the fence. No kidding.
Go ahead, Evan.
Go ahead, Evan. All right. We'll put Swix in an uncomfortable position. Go ahead, Evan.
So I think in terms of just dev performance, the two projects are very similar, right? Because we're in both native ES modules with hot module replacement. I think the story differs a little bit in terms of production build, where, as I mentioned before, Vite was designed to be sort of help existing Vue CLI or create React app users move over with a similar workflow, which means they are used to develop, then just bundle and build all with the same tool. So Vite intentionally sort of picks this opinionated pre-configured build setup for you so that it's just one tool that handles both dev and build. And because we sort of forces you to go with the build solution that we've picked for you, we are able to make a bit more assumptions and just optimize a bit more, because certain things you may need to coordinate between your dev server and the build pipeline, because we control both. So we can do a bit more coupling there. So certain things, certain features that you do during dev, we can sort of special case it in the build to make it more performant in the end. So it's kind of a trade-off, right? Snowpack on the other end sort of separates the two process a bit more, right? You can actually build your files unbundled, or you can use the built-in ESBuild optimizer, or you can use Webpack. I mean, technically you can use any bundler to bundle Vite source files too, but obviously most users just use the default rollup-based bundler. So the trade-off here is, you get with Snowpack, you get to have a few more options, right? But these different options sort of have different trade-offs. You kind of have to look into them and decide for yourself. Whereas Vite is just use this. We kind of do the optimizations. We figured out a lot of stuff for you. So for people who are used to having one tool handle both, it's a more natural transition. And we are a bit more focused on providing you with something that's, at least an equivalent to what you're used to, because it's the primary goal for us, at least in the Vue ecosystem, is it needs to fill the void of Vue CLI for people who are kind of want to move off of Webpack. So personally, for me, that's a major difference. But other than that, there are a lot of areas. I think the two projects are really similar in terms of dev experience. Both are blazing fast. Another thing is because we are opinionated on the build setup, so you can easily use build. We are sort of giving you this plugin interface that's rollup compatible, which works both in dev and in production. This is inspired by WMR. I really think that's where the main difference lies. But it kind of plays into this higher level goal where Vite is sort of trying to, inside the Vue ecosystem, we're trying to provide an alternative that's to Vue CLI. So the goals may kind of, skew a little bit, depends on what you're trying to achieve.
Got it. Okay, it's interesting. Fred, do you want to add anything?
No, that's a pretty spot on summary. I think they're really, I'd forgotten WMR definitely deserves a shout out as well. It's probably the third tool in this kind of group that's exploring a similar space. They're all based on the same kind of core principles of like what technology we're able to leverage to get this performance. And then like Evan mentioned, I think that's probably the biggest, where we fit in the existing kind of features and how kind of what delivers what from that model, I think is where the biggest difference is. So handling your dependencies, Evan, I think Vite uses ESBuild at this point. Yep. And rollup in the final bundle is built in. Snowpack almost completely flips that. We saw a lot of trouble using ESBuild on some of the like React ecosystem packages. So we ended up using, or continue to use rollup at that stage, kind of waiting for ESBuild to get a little bit further until we develop that. Again, that's from a couple months ago, so maybe those have already been resolved. And then on the flip side, we're trying to experiment with ESBuild as the production bundler. But again, rollup is a much more mature tool there, so you definitely get a lot more by connecting Webpack or rollup in our final production optimization. So really similar kind of spaces we're playing around in, and it's really cool to see how we all connect the tools differently.
Yeah,
I'm sure this will we'll figure it out as we go and grow, and this will kind of reveal itself.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't even realize until you mentioned like we actually completely the opposite. Like
just a complete flipper.
Yeah,
that's funny. Awesome. And so, adding to the mix from the community, someone asked they'd love to hear your thoughts about using tools like Bazel for building web apps. And you had spoken a lot about the blazing fast performance and that kind of being the primary focus for both your tools. So the question was, are these high performance tools the end game goal? I'll allow you, Fred, to continue.
Yeah, I now feel like I'm not the right person to answer this question. I don't have experience with either of those build systems. There's definitely something going on here with how these connect, but yeah, I don't know enough about them to speak on them.
Yeah,
okay, great. So Swix, do you want to take it?
No, I've also not used those.
Okay, so Evan, it's you. Go for it.
Honestly, I don't. I only briefly know about Bazel because when I was at Google, I know like this is essentially the open source version of Blaze, which is Google's internal build system. But like when it comes to say web apps, right? A majority of the time you're still kind of spent in calling out to your ecosystem tools, like say you're transpiling React JSX, right? That's not part of Bazel. Or you're trying to compile a view file or svelte file. Those are not handled by Bazel. So just having a build tool itself being fast doesn't necessarily, it just doesn't constitute the major bottleneck in terms of when you're talking about building an entire web application, right? The bundling and the minification of JavaScript, these are all sort of front-end specific. Bazel is a generic build tool that does not concern itself with these specific concerns. So I don't really know if it actually applies in terms of like overall performance. Like I would say you only get this like ES build like quantum leap type of performance gain when you actually put all these front-end specific concerns and sort of handle them with a native language, right? The reason ES build is so much faster in a full bundle plus minification benchmark is because it does all of this inside Go without actually calling out to JavaScript. The moment you have to actually use an ES build plugin to call out to JavaScript, it actually kind of slows down the whole thing too.
I'll chip in with a little bit here, if I can. Yeah, okay. So last year I actually did a live stream with Minko Getchev from the Angular core team, and he showed off a little bit of how they use Bazel, and they're actually more focused on remote builds. So the two of you are more sort of local dev experience, but for them they kind of want to scale it for remote building and caching. So I'll drop the link to that live stream there with the timestamp. Cheryl's kind of gone.
Okay, I'm back. I apologize for that. I had some kind of a technical difficulty. My apologies. There's another question from the community, and I did want to touch on use cases, but I don't know how much time we have. So I am going to ask the community question because that's what folks are here for. So the next question was, do you think at some point Angular will swap Webpack with some other build tool? Is Webpack going to catch up with the market, or will it become a jQuery of build tools? So, yes, let's get to rapid answers on this one.
I don't know. Angular's got its own ecosystem, but it doesn't seem to be growing usage among the newer developers.
Like honestly, I think if we have a tool that's deeply integrated with Webpack, unless you design it from day one to be bundle agnostic, I think it's going to be a difficult trade-off to say we're going to switch to a different bundler, because typically when you use Webpack, you are going to have very, very tight coupling with how its plugins work, how its pipelines work. You're going to rely on a lot of specific stuff that Webpack provides. And that is to, I don't really think Webpack is going to become the new jQuery. It's still a powerful tool, and it probably is still performant enough for a lot of use cases. And it has some pretty important features that other bundlers don't have. Like say module federation is something that's kind of interesting, which I don't think is present in other bundlers at this moment. So there's still a lot of interesting stuff that can potentially happen in Webpack. So I think it's really too early to say it's going to become the jQuery build tools. There's definitely, I mean, it's still huge, right? It's still going to be here to stay for as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Okay, Fred, I'll let you just quickly answer the question, and then we really need to wrap up. This was a really excellent panel. Thank you all.
No, I have nothing to add. That was very well said.
All right, so wow, what a really impressive panel. It was a pleasure to have you all here. There's so many more questions I want to ask these brilliant minds, but we're out of time. So thank you so much, Evan, Swix, Fred, for being with us on the Next Gen Build Tools panel. They are around on Discord if you want to chat with them and ask them more questions, if you have more stuff you wanted to get answered and we didn't have enough time. Thank you so much for being with us. What a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you all for this super great panel. Now we have a question from you. So you to answer in the slider. How do you like the panel discussion? The Next Gen Build Tools. Please go to Slido and answer. Hey, so Datadog is a SaaS-based monitoring and security platform for infrastructure, application logs, and more. Though it's fully unified platform, Datadog delivers complete visibility into the performance modern applications.
Okay, and then our next sponsor is Netlify. The Netlify platform provides modern build workflows, serverless functions, and global multi-cloud edge network to deliver the most performant, secure, and scalable websites and applications. Thanks a lot, Netlify. I also want to give a shout out to our silver sponsors. Thanks a lot for supporting this conference and making this happen. Thanks a lot. So, I wanted to remind you that you can still enter the raffle for the JSNation Multipass on Twitter. So just take your phone or camera or whatever you have to take a photo and show us your setup. I've already seen a lot of great photos and I love seeing everyone's setup. So be sure to use the hashtag JSNationLive and tweet your photos and let us know, let the other people on Twitter know how you are enjoying the conference. And next up is the lightning talks. And to introduce our lightning talk speakers, Liz, please join me. Liz?
Yeah. Oh, yes. So the lightning talks we have with Jason Letzhoff from Netlify, Productive by Default, how your architecture and infrastructure can make or break your team's productivity. Then we have Chris Smith from RedTool, how to code boring internal apps 10 times faster. And TJ Bantol from Progress, building a custom competent library fast. And Marian Villa, Influx Data, simplifying the complexity of Node.js with InfluxDB. Just as a quick fun fact, Marian Villa works with me in NodeSource, and we work in the same team, so it's super great. Don't miss these lightning talks.
All right. Hello, everyone. And I am super excited to talk to you today about being productive by default. And what I mean by that is I want to talk about how the architecture you choose for your team and the infrastructure you put it on can make or break the productivity of your teams. I've got a lot of ground to cover in 7 minutes, so let's get right into it. First of all, our primary goal as a company is to ship value to customers quickly. The way that we succeed as a company is to produce something people want and get it to them fast, so that we stay competitive and so that people want to continue paying us for our services. And teams want to ship. By default, teams want to get things out the door. It's very fun for us to see things go live. So what stops a team from shipping? There are a few things that we're not going to talk about today, like building a foundation of trust and making sure you're taking care of your people. I'm going to assume that you are doing that work, because if you don't do that work, none of the advice I'm going to give you today is going to mean anything. But assuming you've got that in place, let's talk about your infrastructure. If your infrastructure and processes are frustrating, if they are fragile, if they are slow, if you have to go through a whole bunch of hoops and gatekeepers and checks and different teams, and you're only able to deploy once every few days or maybe even every few weeks, that is very frustrating, fragile, and slow. You may have actually seen them talking about this, but there's a good chance they've been using the acronym FFS, frustrating, fragile, and slow. Complexity is a lot of what leads to these frustrating, fragile, and slow systems. We are trying to do very complex things with our code and our apps, but if we're not careful, that complexity starts to turn into sprawl and bureaucracy and that fragility. Let's talk a little bit about how complexity can affect the team. So first of all, complex system is going to slow down a developer. If a developer has to ask for permission to do part of their job, if there are things in the front end that require them to move into the middle tier or the back end, and they have to ask for permission from a back end developer or wait on a DevOps engineer or start looking for other teams to take care of pieces of the work, it's going to slow them down. If you've got teams that are working in complex systems, you start to develop knowledge silos. You've got this problem where a team is going to be working on something and they're the only ones who know how it works. And worse, if that team has someone who's the only one who knows how it works, that means that the entire team can get stuck if one person is out. That's no fun. It creates a lot of PagerDuty. It makes it hard for people to go on vacation, and it's hard to create autonomy. Complex systems also slow down companies. A key cause of bureaucracy is complexity. If your systems are fragile, you start to put processes in place to control that. And if you put those processes in place, it can lead to your entire company becoming much slower. As things get slower, people are going to start slowing down on their deployment velocity because they don't want to go through that process. So they'll put more and more changes into each deployment. That means that each deployment gets bigger and therefore more fragile, which means more things break. And then you put in more processes to control it. It's a vicious cycle. This complexity creates a snowball of slowness, or as I like to call it, the slow ball. Using the Jamstack is a way to control complexity. We can melt the slow ball using the Jamstack. The Jamstack architecture as a high-level view is you're going to take your front end and make sure that it's decoupled. No other systems are going to touch it. This is something that we call optimizing for deletion, or making sure that you've got a firm boundary where the front end only talks to other systems through an API. Also, you're going to make sure your front end is compiled. This means that whenever possible, you're going to use a build step and do the rendering of the page ahead of time to static HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that can then be deployed to the cloud, to a CDN, or via serverless functions, somewhere that you don't have to manage that infrastructure. That's one of the keys to getting rid of this complexity slowball. Decoupled front ends reduce complexity. Now your front end developers get to be front end developers. If you are decoupled and deploying to the cloud, you suddenly don't have a whole bunch of DevOps steps and managing node servers and figuring out how Docker and Kubernetes work for the front end deployment. You just get to build a front end, deploy it to Git, and CI/CD takes it live because it can be deployed with low risk to a CDN. Precompiled front ends are going to reduce fragility. There are fewer moving parts. There are fewer servers being used in production. There are less things to break, which means that you can control that risk. It also allows you to do things like create immutable deploys, where each compiled version of the front end is its own folder. So you can quickly roll back if something goes wrong with one click. That's a huge benefit. Teams can just go live once they get a PR review instead of having to wait days or weeks for other teams to go through the process. And serverless functions reduce boilerplate. If you need to do something like make a privileged API call, a lot of times this would fall into this middle tier where it's hard to assign that to the backend team because it's an API that's only used for the front end and it touches data from multiple backend teams. So it's not clear who owns that. And a lot of times it'll fall to the front end team. If you use serverless functions, now your front end team's not dealing with Node and setting up proxies and setting up Docker and Kubernetes. They're just able to write some JavaScript and deploy that and get that privileged API call that they need to make really quickly. The big benefit of all this is that you don't have to think about servers. You don't have to think about DevOps. You don't have to think about rollbacks. You don't have to think about scaling. You don't have to think about caching, any of that. All your front-end teams need to think about is shipping. And that's why this model, by choosing an infrastructure that is giving your teams the ability to focus on just the front end, that is letting them focus on just the bit that they're actually experts in, and letting them remove all of those extra dependencies and that extra complexity that sneaks in when your front ends become too complex, that is what makes teams really, really productive. And what that means for us at Netlify, for example, is that you can deploy to production not just daily, but multiple times a day. And this is May 7th, which was a Friday, right? So this is the Netlify app, app.netlify.com. Not a marketing site. It's not a one-off property. This is the absolute core of our business. And our front-end team is able to deploy as soon as a PR is merged. 4 deploys within the span of about 5 hours, 6 hours. that is an incredible velocity for a production team. And that's not irregular. We see this happen to teams that adopt the Jamstack all the time. And I think that it's something that will be just as successful if you bring it into your team. If you want to build a culture of shipping, you need to create the architecture that supports it. And that's really, really important, because if you put an architecture in that is frustrating, fragile, and slow, your developers are going to be frustrated. They're going to see things break and they're going to be slowed down. They can't ship as fast as they want. If you give them the architecture that makes this the default so they can ship quickly, get things out the door, they will do it.
Hi, my name is Chris Smith, and this is a talk on how to build boring internal tools 10 times faster. I am a developer advocate at Retool, which is the screenshot of the product you see here. And a little bit about me, I'm a hacker at heart, started playing around with QBasic when I was in middle school and messed around with Visual Basic and got really passionate about the visual abstractions of code, and that's really been the theme of my career. And what led me to Retool, and really Retool exists to help engineers create valuable software really fast. And I think that's a really fascinating vision for a company. And so our focus is on internal tools and building internal tools much more quickly. And you might be wondering, what is an internal tool? And just think about all of the admin panels, the CRUD interfaces you've ever built, the custom internal apps. And these kind of exist in combination with all the software you write for your external customer base, say your marketing site, your product, if you're a SaaS company. And they're often slightly different from or extending off of your other internal apps like your CRM, your customer support tool, your marketing automation platforms. And pretty much every company ends up having to write a bunch of custom software for internal ops and processes. And some examples of these are things like contract renewals and loan approvals and DevOps and customer care. And they tend to be kind of cumbersome. But some things that define them is it tends to be a really well-defined problem you're trying to solve, some sort of business process that just needs to be done. And there's often a lot of time pressure. They need to be done yesterday because they're blocking some process or team. And they're used by internal people to your company, meaning not all of the same requirements exist or the same stringent, maybe design requirements. And so if you start doing this from scratch, you end up building a whole lot of boilerplate code. You got to find the right components. You end up with slow dev cycles, waiting on other teams to merge your code. And you end up needing a lot more expertise in CSS and backend interfaces to make it all work. And so this is why Retool exists, is to solve this problem specifically. And the way we've gone about solving it is to build a drag and drop user interface that allows you to drag different components that are pre-built into this UI really quickly, a bunch of pre-built database and API connectors that allow you to quickly connect to those different services, and then the ability to write custom JavaScript anywhere across all of these different items to make all of the logic work together. And so in the interface itself, you'd start with, say, a blank UI, and you can go and drag, say, a table in, and say, then open the bottom panel for a query. I have Postgres here. I'll just say select star from users. Preview this. Looks good. Let's save it. And let's tell this table to reference the data from that query. So now this table is pulling in this user's table data. And I can also go in and start adding in some other things like a container here, or maybe a button to take some action on that data, and maybe a header for that. Let's give it a name. And I can go in and inspect all of the data associated with this app, all the components on the left-hand side here, see the query values, see the individual table, say selected rows. And that hopefully gives you a quick idea of the app itself and how things are connected together. And since this is a really short talk, I'll just go through some of the things that I think are really cool about this, because once you can start to compose these different components together, you can build pretty sophisticated internal tools like this account dashboard or this asset management interface for managing different files, or extend your current SaaS tools like Salesforce and build this really better note-taking interface on top of your CRM. And the focus of all this really is that it's a tool built by engineers for engineers. And so some of the things that we do to make that really easy for an engineer is expose all of the metadata and context and properties of these individual components, so that you can really quickly write the code you need to make all the components work to build the application you want to build. A whole lot of really easy to use database and API integrations, as well as the ability to connect to any open API endpoint. And so there's tons and tons of components that are pre-built, and you can also extend these and build your own custom React components if you want to. And as you're doing all this, you can really write JavaScript everywhere. We've tried to make it possible to have an escape hatch to just code whatever you need anywhere across the entire app, like using this math.round function or setting table background colors using conditional operators. And we'll auto-suggest, as you're writing in curly braces, all the different objects or methods that we think are available to you. We'll also introspect the schema of your SQL databases or your GraphQL endpoints and use autocomplete to show you which data to return. And as I mentioned a second ago, you can build your own custom React components if you want to, or pull in your own custom JavaScript libraries, which you can then reference anywhere in the app. And I mean, there's so much more here. You can do custom authentication support. You can deploy it locally into your own on-premise virtual private cloud if you need to, and sync it with your own GitHub instance. So I hope this is helpful for you as a potentially new, interesting tool. Let me know if you have any questions. You can find me at CLSSmitty on Twitter, and you can try it out at retool.com. Thanks.
Hey everybody, I'm TJ, and today I want to talk to you about building custom component libraries fast. And by component libraries, I essentially mean a series of UI controls that can be anything from buttons and inputs to more complex things like date pickers and autocompletes. Now, me personally, I've been building component libraries like this for a long time, maybe too long. Back in the day, I was a member of the jQuery UI team, if you remember that. I still have this sweet hat to show for it. And more recently, I'm now a member of the Kendo UI team. And because I've been doing this for many years, I've developed a series of opinions or hot takes about component libraries that I'm going to start by sharing because I think you'll find them interesting and also useful. And then I'll move on from that to show how you can put these things into action and give you some recommendations on how you can build your own component library. So to start, my first sort of opinion or hot take is that I think every company, I think your company should have its own standard set of UI controls. And the reason for this is really consistency. So you imply some visual consistency so that instead of having 30 different button designs, you create a button in a component library that sort of has the one true way of building buttons for your organization. But you also get consistency in terms of things like technologies. So a component library is sort of a forcing function to help you choose a limited set of texts that you want to push out and sort of promote throughout your organization. You also get consistency in terms of accessibility. Accessibility can be hard, but if you can get it right within the components within your library, you can sort of then spread those accessibility benefits to other parts of your organization. So I think every company should have its own UI component library, and I also think that companies shouldn't build the harder parts of those libraries themselves. And by complex components here, I'm not talking things like inputs and buttons. I'm talking about the harder stuff, the date pickers, combo boxes, autocompletes, data grids, things like that. Because these components are harder than they might first seem. So take the date picker, for example. You don't just have to build a calendar here. When you're building a reusable component, you have to take into account all sorts of other things. How are you going to make this accessible? How are you going to make sure it works like you expect on mobile, that TypeScript works, that you're going to document all this so other people understand what you did and that it's extensible and all of these things. And these are solvable problems. You watching this, I can see it through the camera. You are a smart person. These are problems you can solve. But you as a software developer, also, your time is very valuable. And your time is almost always better spent on things that are unique to whatever it is your business is doing than reinventing the wheel and solving some of these UI component problems that have been solved by a lot of libraries for a long period of time. It's just a better use of your time. So I think companies should have their own component libraries. I think you should not build the harder parts of these libraries yourself. And I also think that you should lean towards using components that are specific for a framework that you like to use, like a framework like Angular, Vue, and React, than a framework that's sort of framework agnostic and tries to work across the board. Now, this is a hot take that I share with Brandon Dale, ex-member of the React team, and I think he phrased his explanation more elegantly, so I just stole a quote from him, and he says that compatibility always comes at a cost, and that cost is always going to be something like performance or bundle size or framework ergonomics, and in the majority of cases, those things are going to be more important than the compatibility itself. Now, this is something we believe quite strongly on the Kendo UI team, so strongly, in fact, that we've built 4 separate component libraries for different frameworks. And we do this because, as you might imagine, it's quite a bit of work, because our users consistently tell us that they are more successful, they are more productive when they use components that are built for their framework of choice specifically. So I think companies should have their own standard set of UI components. I think they shouldn't build the harder parts of that themselves. And I think that in most cases, you should lean towards using components that are built for your framework, for your tool chain of choice. So how do you take these things and put them into action? Well, I recommend starting by just setting up a development environment that you can use to build components in a place that lives outside any of your existing apps. So what I like doing is I like to have an environment where I can both develop on the components and then also have a demo application where I can then test those components in a live running app and see how they work. And then also having a few scripts that let me take my components when I'm all set with them, sort of package them up, bundle them up, and distribute them so that they can be used throughout my organization. And I'll give a link if you're interested in this at the end of this talk so that if you want to see my preferred workflow in detail, you can walk through that. But just start by having this development environment. And from there, I would then recommend having a go-to library that you're going to reach to for some of these more complex widgets or really anything that you don't want to build yourself. And for that, I would look for a handful of things in this sort of third-party library. I would start by looking for comprehensiveness. You don't want to be pulling components from 5 different places throughout the internet and trying to make them together. Ideally, you'd have one library that provides as much of this as possible. You want to look for accessibility because, again, you want to bake in good accessibility to your components by default. You want to look for framework-specific components, or at the very least, something that works really well with the toolchain that you like using. And you also want to look for extensibility. The thing about a component library is that people are going to find ways of using your components in a lot of different ways. So you want to find third-party components that are very adaptable, that you can sort of tweak and theme and change things about every little piece of them. So I'd recommend having this go-to third-party library, and then I'd recommend creating wrappers of any of the components that you want to use from these third-party components. And the reason for that, and we'll just to show an example, say you want to use the Kendo React date picker. Well, instead of encouraging developers to use the Kendo React date picker API directly, instead in your component library, you could create a wrapper of that date picker with your own API. And the reason for this is, again, back to enforcing consistency. Because you have this wrapper, you now have a place that you can consistently implement things for date pickers throughout your organization. So say your designers come back and say, hey, we need all our date pickers. We need a small little visual tweak. We can be like, oh, hey, I have this wrapper. I can consistently apply this class name. I can make some CSS tweaks. And I still have this control where I can consistently make changes to this component throughout my organization while still not having to build the hard part of these components themselves. So to wrap up, again, I'd recommend starting by just setting up a development environment, make it outside of your existing applications. From there, I'd choose a go-to library for building or for bringing in third-party, more complex components, and then I'd create wrappers of these third-party components that you bring in. And really, if you take just one thing out of this talk, in general, I would say your company should have a standard set of UI components. There are just a ton of benefits, but that it's totally okay, perhaps even preferable, to build a lot of that functionality on top of an existing library. So hopefully you found this interesting. If you did, if you want to learn anything more, you can head to bit.ly/components-fast. There I have the full development environment that I talked about in an earlier slide, as well as some articles that walk through the arguments I made here today in quite a bit more detail. So my name is TJ Van Tol. Feel free to, if you want to reach out on Twitter to ask any other questions or ask any questions through the conference as well. Thanks.
Hi everybody, my name is Mariam Vila. I'm full stack product designer at NodeSource, and today I'm going to talk about simplifying the complexity of Node.js with InfluxDB. It is important to note that this talk will not be possible without an incredible team of NodeSource engineers who curate the content, and as an expert navigators, they've managed to simplify JavaScript, specifically Node.js for me, and why we use InfluxDB in our infrastructure. But then, let's start. At NodeSource, we are the main Node.js distributor on Linux. Our value is centered on our expertise and the ability we have to translate performance data into a product, accessible, interpretable, actionable, does so in production. We are experts Node.js guides that help organizations and developers use Node to its fullest through our tools and consults. For years, we have been known as the Node company. All we do is focus on Node.js. What began as an idea became the ideal. Specifically today, we are going to talk about our Node.js enterprise runtime called nSolid, which is an enterprise version of the open source project that is available out in the wild. And what we're doing is we are essentially making some implementations that allow you to access the internal behavior of what is going on inside of the runtime, and we're exposing this to a console. We have amazing case studies supporting the unique features of nSolid. You can access performance details, performance metrics, diagnostic capabilities, security insights, but also provide a bidirectional control mechanism to control what's happening in the runtime and how the runtime behaves. So with nSolid, you have analytics, diagnostic, security, and best of all, is directly in production. Also, with nSolid, you have flexible integration, specialized alerts, cloud native and container ready. And probably you're thinking, how does it work? So we are using Influx to keep track of all the process data. With all these metrics and analytics that we're getting, we're looking at serving large installation of nodes, hundreds or thousands of processes running at the same time across different environments. And in order to do that, we are using InfluxDB. InfluxDB drives is the data aggregation. Influx gave us rich views. Each individual process in terms of live metrics, diagnostic data, captures CPU profiles or memory snapshots in order to detect memory leaks, and also security audit. So we knew we kind of wanted to lean into a time series database, and InfluxDB quickly rose to the top of the list. So we quickly worked to migrate to InfluxDB. One of the things that was really important to us is one of the unique value propositions of nSolid is the real-time aspect. So there are a lot of APM tools out across the board, from Datadog to New Relic and whatnot, and there's a variance in terms of how available the data is. It's not necessarily real-time. There's actually a staging period, and what we'll see sometimes is anywhere between a minute to 5 minute delay before you actually see those results. What we want to see is be proactive. So our sampling mechanism is every 3 seconds. So there's a 3 seconds latency between what's happening and what you are actually seeing and what you are being alerted on. So because of there's a huge amount of processes occurring, InfluxDB is really poised to deliver on that. A single binary is all you need to run InfluxDB, actually. So the ease of distributing was actually a critical aspect for us as well. It simplified a lot of the steps. So when using InfluxDB, how did we integrate this into our product? So we actually tried to limit what the customer has to do with configuring InfluxDB. So out of the box, our product just works. And InfluxDB is just kind of magically there and is provided. However, from a security, from a configuration standpoint, we have a lot of different configuration mechanisms that customers can do to actually control the cardinality, change their permissions, and even change how the indexing works with InfluxDB. So it's important to kind of highlight and kind of reiterate that we're kind of a unique user of since we're packing InfluxDB into a product. And as a result, we're actually offering 24/7 support to our customers on a unique set of issues. So we don't support the issues that might come up with InfluxDB related to our product and up to top other things. So one of the great things about Influx is that it actually provides. I think the learning curve actually is very nice. It's actually typically very gentle to get in. The documentation is great, the community is excellent. But if you need those power features and you go under the hood a little bit more, there's actually all kind of bells and whistles and flags to kind of fine-tune it for your needs. So with that said, when we look at some of those things in our use case, what are some of the challenges that we face utilizing Influx? So I think data integrity is one of those things that we're constantly kind of putting our head up against. So as you look at utilizing Influx, it's really important. And this is more about understanding your application, understanding your customers or your use case, and the shape of your data and how you want to access that. Influx is there, and it can really kind of meet those demands of huge amounts of data being thrown at it. The neat thing for us that InfluxDB offered was it's actually really easy to test and debug. The good sign of a good database implementation is that the user doesn't necessarily know about it or need to feel that isn't there. So we're happy with using Influx. Generally, if users were interested to go onto nodesource.com and check it out, we firmly believe that the Solid is the only node you should be running in production because it gives you all the insights and metrics and security goodness as well as diagnostics. So if people want to head over there, you can easily sign up, check it out, run a couple of processes, take a couple of CPU snapshots, and then get going right now on your Solid. Thanks for watching.
All right. Thanks a lot, all the amazing lightning talk speakers. We now have some time to go into a lightning fast Q&A round. So if you have any questions for Jason, for Marian, for Chris, or TJ, let us know in the community track Q&A channel on Discord, and I will be sure to ask your questions. So lightning talk speakers, please join me on the stage. Ooh. Hey, everyone. Whoa, there's a nice little synergy going on between Chris and Jason with the lightning. Looks amazing. Really cool.
We color coordinated before.
You calibrated. That's nice. How do you feel about that, Marian and TJ? Do you feel left out?
Yeah, we did not get the memo. In fact, I stand out. At least Marian's got a similar color scheme. I'm like stark black here.
Yeah. It's painful. We'll need to invest in some lightning schemes for you. So I want to ask the first question from our audience, from Sandro, and it's about LibTalk. Creating webper components in React is really easy.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components like tables, buttons, and forms to custom back-end functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components like tables, buttons, and forms to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Bye-bye. So that was it for the lightning talks. And next up is one of my favorite bits of the conference. It's time to have a little break. So grab a snack. We're gonna go without a break. I just heard from the studio. We ran over time, I guess. So we are just gonna continue. So I hope you enjoyed your break. Did you grab a nice snack and something to drink? I did. So let's just continue with the program. We have no more time for a break. So Liz, I would like you to take over.
Thank you, Metin. So again, going to our sponsors, Mux is a gold sponsor and is an API-first platform powered by data and designed by video experts that make it easy for any developers to build on-demand or live video and instantly stream into any device. StackHawk is also a gold sponsor and helps developers to find security vulnerabilities in JavaScript applications, including the APIs. Using the platform, you can run application security tests with every PR. And our next speaker is Nico Kruger. Nico is the Senior Director of Solution Engineer at Rollback. He has spent over 13 years working with companies around the world to improve the software developers' development lifecycle, focus on quality critical application. His passion is helping teams to deliver quality products to market faster. And the talk is accelerating code quality with DORA metrics. But before listening to the talk, let's see the questions from Nico. How easy is for you to debug and fix errors that occur in your production application? 1 is very easy and 10 is very hard. Please go ahead and slide and answer. Don't forget to ask questions on Discord on Community Track Q&A channel. Give Nico a big round of virtual applause, and Nico, the stage is yours.
Hi everybody, my name is Nico Kruger, and I'm going to talk to you today about accelerating code quality with Fedora metrics. I spent the last 13 years working with software companies all over the world, helping them improve their software quality, specifically focused on quality critical applications. And today I'm serving as the Senior Director of Solutions Engineering here at Rollbar. So for today's agenda, we're going to look at three things. The first is take a look at what DORA is and how that relates to continuous code improvement. We're also going to look at the benefits that you'll get and your organization will get once you become an elite performer, so as you move from low, medium, high into the elite performing category. We're also going to look at the journey to accelerate your code quality with continuous code improvement and what some of the benefits you can expect to receive once your organization reaches that high and elite performing status. So let's first take a look at what is the DORA metrics. So the DevOps Research and Assessment Project is a Google team that spent a multi-year program researching a couple of the key things that are driving some of the most high-performing organizations around the world. And they looked at the technical processes for measurement, for culture, and all these capabilities that make up these high-performing teams. What I also looked at is not only high-performing software delivery teams, but also organizations that are delivering from a revenue perspective back to their customers. So making sure that the products they put out and these high-performing teams actually result in real tangible business results. And what they looked at, they really looked at a number of key metrics that they were able to identify that you can use in your organizations to help understand where you are today and also what you need to do to move up in this chain to become an elite performer. So the first is the lead time to produce features into the hands of your customers. And really what that means is the time it takes you to from taking an idea all the way through your pipeline into your customers' hands. So giving them real value where they can use these features very quickly, day in and day out, and start to give you feedback on how these are working, and obviously how that can affect, for example, your revenue for the if it's a revenue-facing application. The next part is, of course, deploying more frequently. So they looked at how these organizations are deploying, how frequently they're deploying, and then also, once they do deploy, what is their change failure rate? So how often are these releases failing? So for example, if you start to release more, are you in fact failing more often or not? And for those failures, they also looked at the time to restore these services. So how long does it take you to actually take, fail deploy and roll back once you can start to get that up and running and get your customers back to using your solution? There's also, of course, availability, but that's not part of the metrics for today's discussion. So what do we actually measure when it comes to the DORA metrics? So there's really a couple of categories over here for those four key metrics. So if we take a look at deployment frequency, so our low performers are really looking to do this once a month to once every 6 months. And if you move your way to high and elite performers, our elite performers are really doing this on demand and multiple times per day. In fact, at Rollbar, we've seen some of our customers release more than 4,000 times in a given week. And that just gives you a sense of how quickly and how often they can get changes and features, capabilities into the hands of their customers. And really that helps you understand, if you take smaller changes, getting it to the customers, what value are they gaining from it? Is it something of value to them? And will it help your application or your business move forward? For those lowest performers, that of course is a very long cycle. And indeed, you have to bunch up lots of large deploys and often not even big changes into these a couple of deploys a year. Now, of course, if you start to look at how long it takes us to get these changes into the hands of our customers, we look at the lead time for change. And again, our elite performers can actually do this in some instances in less than a day. Now, of course, that depends on how big a change or feature request is. But of course, these elite teams are breaking these down into smaller chunks of work that they are delivering into the hands of their customers very, very quickly. For those on the lower performing scale, again, it's over a month to 6 months to get these changes all the way through their pipeline, tested, validated, and into the hands of their customers. And of course, that can actually negatively affect revenue as your customers have to wait longer. And indeed, your competitors could be out innovating you, on a 10-to-1 basis. And of course, as we're pushing more of these changes live, one can often expect that our change failure rate will be very high, but that was actually not true. So our high and elite performers were anywhere from 0 to 15% change failure rate versus the lower performers, which are roughly 50 to 60% failure rate. So of course, the more time we are deploying, actually the better we get at it. And the time to restore was actually a reflection of this. So the high and elite performers had an almost identical process for restoring their services back if something does go wrong. And for the high and elite performers, this is somewhat automated, if not completely automated, where our low performers really took more than a week to get these services back, and it was a very manual process to get these items back up again. So if you start to look at these metrics, start to measure your team, what are some of the benefits that you can expect once you become a high and elite performer? So the DORA group actually found a couple of quite phenomenal benefits that these elite and high-performing teams were getting. So the first one is they were actually deploying 208 times more frequently than those on the lower end of the scale. And that just tells us that they actually have the ability to push features, capabilities into the hands of their customers faster. And that means they're roughly 106 times faster than the low performers. That means they can get features and valuable revenue generating parts of the application into the hands of their customers. So again, that's something to really look at if you want to move and outperform your competitors in today's market. What was also very important that came out of this research was the fact that, the ability for these teams to recover very quickly. So they were 2.6 times more faster to recover if something does go wrong. And they had a 7x lower change failure rate. So they were actually very good at releasing working software and these smaller changes on a regular basis. So even though they're releasing multiple times a day, if not thousands of times a week, they were very, very good at making sure that the quality was a lot better for these releases versus those on the lower performing side. And one of the other quite interesting parts of this research was the fact that they were spending 50% less time fixing security issues. So really part of these elite performers, they were building in better security into their applications from the get-go and were able to adjust and update these more frequently. So really spending less time versus some of the lower performer on this category group. So let's take a look at what continuous code improvement is and how that relates to part of these DORA metrics. So, having bugs in your application is a part of life. We all know that they happen day in and day out. And so really what we want to look at is how do we improve throughout our pipeline. So if we're going into our testing or, continuous integration pipelines, how are we identifying these issues earlier? What do we know about these errors? How do we handle them? And how do we start to get better about understanding how to fix these very quickly? And as of course, if we move into staging, we also want to reduce our risk as we get closer to the actual release process and into the hands of our customers. So how do we reduce that risk? Again, identifying errors at a code level, and not only just, for example, on the integration level or other levels that we might have today. And then finally, as we get into production, do we have the ability to understand as soon as the error happens, what that error is? Are we able to monitor those things? And how do we act upon those? So what we need to do is we need to tie all of these things together so that we can start to understand all the way through our pipeline what the true error rates are, what the real errors are, and how do we fix them day in and day out. So really we need a process and a way to make sure that our teams can move from these low performing types of teams into high and elite performing teams by helping them with the confidence to release to production more often. So how do we solve this problem? So the first thing we got to do is we really have to look at understanding when something goes wrong, what actually went wrong. And that means we need to go and create what we call a fingerprint on an error. So almost like a human has a unique fingerprint, every single error should have a unique fingerprint. And that's where we understand what you are. Have we seen you before? Have I seen you in testing? Have I seen you in staging? Or have I seen you in production multiple times? How many customers were impacted from this error? So we need to know more about you as soon as you occur. And of course, if you're a developer and you're busy coding something, you also have your IDE, you have your stack traces, and it's very easy to debug and solve a problem during the dev cycle. But once you get into staging and production, this becomes exponentially harder. So what we need is, as soon as something happens, we need context. So what was the line of code, the surrounding code that actually caused this problem? Who committed that code last? Do we have some tracing information if we're having microservices? What are the things that led up to this error? So all the variables, all those things that's fed in there. So ideally, we really want that full stack trace that we're used to as developers writing code day in and day out. And then finally, as I've mentioned, we want to know who was impacted by an error. Was it one customer? Was it thousands of customers? So that we can keep our services up and running and make sure that they are in the hands of our customers actually generating revenue for our businesses. So the way to solve this problem is, first of all, by getting down into the code level. So a lot of applications today have monitoring outside the actual code levels, maybe on containers. What we need to do is we need to look inside the actual code itself. So we need to be in the application during runtime as it's being executed and used by our customers, so we can identify issues in real time. That means 1 to 3 seconds. As soon as something happens, we can collect that error, we can give it a fingerprint, we can understand what it is, how important it is, meaning what's the severity and the impact of it, and then action on that item. So what do we do about it? And this is a great way to start to not only be able to respond very quickly, so we can detect errors quickly, but also respond, get a system back up and running again, because we actually know what went wrong and what those problems were. And of course, we want to make sure that once we know about these errors, can I see the line of code, the last committed change, who did that? Can I create, for example, a ticket in any ticketing system? Can I see the surrounding logs, performance logs, if it was more of an environmental issue, as an example? Do I want to have all the tracing information for all the microservices, as an example? So we need more and more information to help us automate this process. So as teams start to do this, some of the benefits we've seen as we did a survey of about 1,000 developers around the world to ask them, what are some of the things that keep them up at night, worry them, and also some of the benefits they've seen from continuous code improvement. And one of the first things that really stood out was, about 34% of developers said the biggest risk for them of an error or bug is losing customers. We know that that's the lifeblood of our businesses. So we want to make sure that we keep our customers engaged, they can use our software. And oftentimes, if a customer finds a problem, they won't even notify us. They might try to work around it. They may not log a ticket to get it resolved. And you can often lose those customers. So we need to give them that better user experience out of the gate. So we need to be able to manage these issues as they come up in real time on a proactive basis, meaning we'll find them before a customer finds them, and we can sometimes even fix them before then. The next one is about 37% said they spend more than 25% of their time just fixing bugs. So that is a tremendous amount of wasted effort that could have been spent on feature development, improving other things in the application, and that's now spent on really rework or redoing some of the work that's already been done. And that's a tremendously big number when you start to take that into developer cost day in and day out over a 12-month period or even longer. So we really want to focus on making our engineers as productive as possible. And then finally, about 84% of developers said, they're held back from moving into an elite category or high-performing category by deploying more often, as an example, because they just don't have the confidence, what we call release confidence, that when they push these items live, that they indeed have a confidence that if something does go wrong, they'll know about it quickly, not from a customer, but actually in real time, get a notification. And then, more importantly, being able to do something about it. So how do we automate? Do we roll back, maybe turn off a feature flag? How do we go about instilling that confidence for our engineering groups? So when you undergo this journey, what are some of the things you should be expecting to get from this journey? Now, for most of our customers that have started this journey, they have seen, for example, deploy rates go up from anywhere from 50% up to about 95% successful deploy rates. So that's giving you a much better confidence that you can release more often, but also that your deploys are going to be of good quality and you're able to handle any issues that do come up. They've also had one of the biggest things we hear is the ability that I just didn't know. I didn't have visibility when something went wrong. So oftentimes it'll be an hour or more, sometimes days before we know that there's a problem because we're waiting for customers, sifting through logs. And what we've seen from our customers, the time to detect an error, respond to it is often down to about 5 minutes in a production scenario. And that's a massive time saving. If we know about something, we can respond to it and make sure that we address the most impactful bugs very, very quickly. The other part we've seen is that we can take that, 20, 25 to 40% time that developers are spending on fixing bugs and move that down to about 10% of their time, because it's faster to know about these bugs, faster to find the exact line of code, where the problem is and fix it, versus trying to go through logs or trying to figure out what actually went by piecing it all together. So a tremendous time saving that's also gained by looking at the code itself, understanding what's going wrong. And so those benefits are really add up over a 12-month period. We always say, how do we go about starting this process? So we can start this journey pretty quickly. It's a single step to get going. And I'm going to run you through how you can get that going with Rollbar. So what is Rollbar? Rollbar is a continuous code improvement platform. Fundamentally, we're going to help you get visibility into your application as soon as an error happens, be it handled or unhandled exceptions, and we'll be able to help you do something about it. So we'll make sure that they are actionable. We will automatically group them together. We are going to remove the noise that you're used to with traditional logging tools where you're waiting for something to happen. With Rollbar, you'll get real-time visibility into these errors that are actually actionable with details to help you solve them a lot faster than you used to today. So how do we go about getting started with Rollbar? So you can sign up with Rollbar for a free account using either your GitHub account or Google account. And once you've signed up into the Rollbar system, you can start to pick one of our many SDKs available. And we, of course, have SDKs for the front end, back end, mobile applications. If you think of Python, JavaScript, .NET, Java, React Native, Android applications, iOS applications, and the list goes on. We have an SDK for all of these types of applications. And once you're ready, you can add them in there. And so, for example, here I can pick my SDK, and with a couple of lines of code, I can actually start to enable Rollbar in my application today. And once you do this, you'll start to get visibility into those errors in real time. And again, once you've included that code, you can start to get telemetry. You can get all the information that you need to get visibility into what's going wrong when it goes wrong. Now, for those today, if you go to rollbar.com/JSNation, we've got a great offer for you to start to trial Rollbar and get some free time using the platform as well. So feel free to go ahead and use the code rollbar.com/JSNation. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for watching this section on accelerating code quality using Fedora metrics.
Thank you, Nico, for this great talk. Now let's jump into the poll. How easy is for you to debug and fix errors that occur in production application? 1 is very easy and 10 is very hard. So 1, 2, and 3, nobody thinks is very easy. So most of the people think is around 8, which is hard, but not extremely hard. It's like around 8. 33% responded that, and 7% responded that is very hard. But yeah, most of the people think is between 8 and 7, which is medium hard and a little bit harder. So what do you think about that, Nico?
Well, I mean, it's certainly reflective of what we're seeing. I think overall, we've gotten better as engineers, as software teams. We're definitely a lot better in figuring out, specifically, running through things through test environments, finding things earlier. So we're getting better But when you get into production, for a lot of people, it's still hard. And we actually did a developer survey, about 1,000 developers around North America and some international. And a lot of this data does speak to complement what we're seeing right with this poll, where we haven't solved this problem. It is still pretty hard to solve issues in production, specifically around the time it takes to understand what actually went wrong. Specifically, as we're hearing about microservices and lots of systems coming together, we haven't really cracked this, and I believe there's definitely a better way for teams to start to do this. So certainly not surprising, and certainly something we've seen in our developer surveys.
Yeah, looks like a general answer, like it's a little bit hard. So I have a question for you. How
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components like tables, buttons, and forms to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Now I invite Metin here. Yeah. So now join Nico in this speaking room on a spatial chat. The link to join is on the timeline. And now Metin can come to the stage.
Yeah. Hey Liz, how are you enjoying your day so far?
Very good. Very interesting talks and everything is great. And you?
Yeah, it's been a blast, and I always love these events, and it's fun to chat with the speakers and learn so much. That's really great.
Yeah.
I was curious, since this is your first time emceeing remotely, right?
Yes.
How's that for you?
It's very good. As you can see, I have some dogs, so it's like, oops, sorry for the dogs, but it's good.
I remember some people asking you to show your dog. Did you already do that?
Yeah. Monty. Well, this is my dog.
Oh, Monty?
Yes.
Hey, Monty.
He's a puppy, but he's huge. He's like a cow dog, basically. He's just 6 months and he's super big.
Yeah, super cute. I need an office dog too.
That's something I would miss in remote conferences, because you can have your pets in real life conferences. So,
well, you could. Maybe you could. Maybe it should be a new policy, but then you would have to travel with your dog. You should probably. So can you tell me a little bit about how you became a developer? Did you study, or did you roll into it on something completely different? What's your story?
Well, my story is I actually studied business in college, and then I met somebody that was working in tech, and that person had like an amazing life. He was traveling the world and got like a good US salary and was working in very interesting projects. And I was like, wow, that sounds like super interesting. So I just became very involved in communities, and I went to a community for women in tech, and we were only 6 women here in Colombia. And so we started meeting women together to talk about tech. We started learning JavaScript, Node.js, React. And 4 years later, we are 1,200 women all around Colombia in 6 different cities. There is a big community here in Colombia. I'm also one of the speakers in JSNation, and I'm talking about communities specifically because there is like a huge movement in Colombia. So then I just started studying by myself, 8 hours every day, and then I went to a boot camp in New York, and then I got my first programming job, and yeah, I've been in technology ever since. And you?
But that sounds amazing. Yeah, I just did the traditional go to school path. I actually started to study to become an electrician, and I really like doing that, working with my hands and building something. But then I had to do an internship, and it was in a new houses, and I had to make the wiring and the pipes and everything. But this was in February, and it was really cold, and it was in a new house without windows or doors or anything like that. So then I was like, this is not for me. So I started to look around what else I could do, and this spoke to me going this direction, and I just chose a school. where I could do design and development, interaction design, even did like video editing, audio editing, 3D modeling, everything you can think of, basically.
Sounds super interesting.
Yeah, and then within that, I specialized. Sorry?
And now you're basically a doctor, like you are working with medicine, saving people's lives.
Yeah, who knew? Like 16 years ago, I was just laying pipes, and now I'm detecting lung cancer. It's a weird turn of events. Yeah.
But that's great. So it's very interesting how people from different backgrounds and histories and countries and everything comes into technology. So if you want to tell us your story, please feel free to tweet it and use the hashtag JSNation Live.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear. I love hearing these kinds of stories. And even like I just did a traditional schooling, but how I rolled into it is probably different than other people. And because like I said, I really liked being an electrician and working with my hands. So yeah, different story again.
Yeah, most of the people I know actually comes from not traditional schools. They come from boot camps, or they come from self-taught or communities, or so it's very, very interesting. We want to hear your stories. Please tweet them.
Yeah, let us know. It'll be fun to hear. Okay, so now we are going to continue with the program. Liz, thanks a lot. See you later. What we forgot is to ask you, how did you like Nico's talk? So let us know on Slido. If you're not there yet, use the code 0910 and let us know 1 to 5 stars. How did you like Nico's talk? So we have just a little bit of time left, and you can still enter the raffle to win a JSNation multipass. So go on Twitter, use the hashtag JSNationLive, and tweet us a photo of your setup. Let us know. You've seen our photos at the opening, so use that as inspiration of what a photo can look like. And later on, we'll have a nice raffle who can win a JSNation multipass. I want to take our moment to thank our gold sponsor, Influx Data. Influx Data is the creator of the open source time series database InfluxDB. It empowers developers and organizations to build transformative monitoring, analytics, and IoT applications quicker and to scale. Thanks a bunch, Influx Data. And of course, I want to thank Microsoft, one of our gold sponsors. You can check out the Microsoft JavaScript, the new Microsoft JavaScript Community Hub. It's one place for everything from Microsoft for JavaScript developers. Beginners resources, announcements, dev tools, and the latest from communities. You can go to https://aka.ms, that's aka.ms/jshub to find more from the Microsoft JavaScript Community Hub. Be sure to check it out. Thanks a lot, Microsoft, for sponsoring this event. Now it's time for our next speaker, Matt Groves. Matt works at Goodbye Digital, and Goodbye Digital is the author of Pixie.js, a really cool library that you can use to build like games with JavaScript. I've actually seen one of their products, I think it's already like 5 or 6 years ago, where they built a really cool game with Pixie.js that ran really smoothly on a setup box, like for a television, like the box you get from your television provider. And it like ran super smoothly on that. So that was really cool to see. So about Matt a little bit more. Matt is a creative coder, and he's really fond of JavaScript. He likes WebGL and optimizations. And of course, he's the creator of Pixie.js. And he's going to be talking about Pixie.js and specifically about Pixie power-ups. But before we go into Matt's talk, let's see what Matt wants to ask you, the audience. So which of these would you say is the most important developer trait outside of coding? Option 1 is intelligence, 2, communication, 3, grit, or 4, a positive attitude. Let us know on Slido, and we'll get back to it right after Matt's talk. So if you have any questions for Matt, you can do so in the community --track-Q&A talk on Discord. But before you ask any questions, and we're going to start Matt's talk, please give a big round of virtual clap emojis in that same channel, Community Track Q&A. Send some gifts with nice people clapping. Let us know that you're excited for Matt's talk. And with that, Matt, the stage is yours.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Matt Groves. I'm a front-end developer and also creator of Pixie.js. Today we're going to talk about Pixie power-ups. So basically some of the cool features you can use in Pixie to just make some really nice effects and sort of elevate your content. We're going to do this today via example. So we are going to make this scene using Pixie, and I'm just going to go through the code and explain what we're using and why to create the different effects. This is basically like a budget Pokemon Snap. So you can click on the little fishes, click where you want, and it will generate a little Polaroid for you. All right, so let's make this. To start off with, we're going to look at our code. So just tidy all of this up, and we'll go to index.ts. So here we go. So to start off with, we're going to create a new Pixie renderer. So it's as straightforward as importing a renderer from Pixie, and we go new renderer, we set our width and height, and it's just hard coded for ease today, so we don't have to worry about resizing stuff. So we create a renderer, then I just bosh a little bit of CSS in there that just makes this center aligned and scale nicely. Then we take the renderer's view, which is basically the canvas element that Pixie's going to render into, and we add that to the DOM. Then we create a stage and a scene, and we add the scene to the stage and their container, a bit like a div element or a node in the DOM tree. Then we use Pixie's ticker object, which is basically a nice, easy way of using a request animation frame. So we just add a function to this ticker, and it means it's going to get called 60 FPS. And then what we do every frame is we just go renderer, render my stage, and we end up with this. Well, not quite this. We end up with this, a lovely black screen. So let's go through and then build up this scene. And as we hit features, I'll kind of give a little explanation on how they work. So the first thing we want to do is we want to make a background. So if I just go in here, super straightforward, we just create a sprite object, which is like Pixie's most basic thing. It's basic. You kind of go, here's a texture, and then you can just put that texture in your scene and move it around and align it and stuff. So we're not going to do anything. We're going to just, other than just create one using this background PNG, and then we're going to take our scene and we're going to add the background to the scene. And let's look at what that looks like. Ta-da! There we go, a lovely basic background. Next, we're going to add some fishes. So here is our making fishes function. So the first thing we do is we create an empty array of fishes. So this is where we're going to store a reference to all of our little fish. Then we're going to loop through 20 times and do sprite from, and then we're going to use a fish asset. And basically the designer gave me seven fish assets. So this will just basically make a different, use a different sprite asset up to 7. So it'll go fish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then loop round again. Once we've got a fish sprite, we just set the anchor to be 0.5, 0.5, which just basically means that the center of this sprite object is going to be in the 0 rather than the top left, which is the default. Next, we set our position of our fishes. So we go, this fish is going to be X coordinate random width, so somewhere randomly in the width, and then random height, -300, so that the fishes don't end up being underground. We then assign a random speed, like plus and minus speed. And then we flip the fish depending on its speed. So if it's going that way, we scale it -1. And if it's going that way, we just keep the scale as 1. Then we take our fish, we add it to the scene, and we push our fish to our fishes array. Now let's see what we get. So we should get this. So every time I refresh, I get some lovely little fishes just moving around. So the next thing I'm going to do is use the ticker again like we did before for rendering, but we're going to use it to move our fish. So all we do is we go, hey, loop for all of our fish. Here's a fish, and we go, right, fish at its speed. So it's just going to move in the direction that it was assigned here. And when we get to the edge we just use a modulo, which means that it will just wrap around. So when it gets to the one side, it will wrap around to the other and vice versa. And let's run it now. There we go. We've got some swimming fish. Obviously, the cool thing about Pixie is it's quite performant. So you can actually have quite a lot of fish and it's always going to stay nice and smooth. That's a bit too many for us. We'll go back to 20, I think. All right. So next thing we want to do is add a foreground. So again, just like the background, really straightforward. Add it to the scene. Well, there we go. So now we've got background, fishes, and foreground. Starting to get somewhere now. Right, the first real Pixie power-up I want to show you guys is the Pixie rope. So the way this works is it's kind of like distorts an image based off an array of points. So I'm going to show you guys what we're going to do with the points, and then I'll show you how that actually maps to a texture. So what I'm doing here is I'm going, right, this is a segment length of the space between each point that I want, and I'm creating a points array, and I'm looping through and just pushing in points. Now I've got this show debug points, which we won't go into, but all it does is returns a little visual of the points that I've just created, and then we can see them being rendered every frame. And then I just sort of center it where we want our reel to be. And then I'm just going to add this points view that I've made so that we can see essentially points on the scene. So if I refresh this now, there you go. So these are our points. Not that interesting just yet. The next thing we want to do is we want to animate our points. So if I just show you guys this, what we do on the Y. So we add a ticker. So every frame, we increment a count a little by a small amount, and then we loop through our points, and we just basically, based on their eye position, based on the index, and we apply a sign maths to it. So what we end up with is the dots just moving up and down. Now, just to make it extra cool, we also apply the same to the X. So we apply a cos that just makes it sort of undulate a little bit. If I show you how that works, there you go. So now you can see there's almost like just a slightly more interesting movement there. Obviously, moving points is all good. So, how is this useful to us? Well, the magic comes right now. So let's get rid of that points view. We don't really need that. What we really want is one of Pixie's power-ups, the simple rope. So we create a new simple rope and we pass in a texture, and we're just going to use our ill texture, which is just a straight ill. And then we pass in the points that we made up here. And then we end up with an ill object, and we can just simply add that to the scene and position it just like we did the points before. And now you'll see what happens. And there we go. You can see that the points are basically distorting the texture, and the texture is basically mapping itself to the points. I've got a little screenshot of it here, basically. So this is it happening. So that this maths is of the triangles is all being calculated for you by Pixie. You just say, here's my points, and then it will let you do these cool effects. And you can do tons of really cool stuff with ropes, especially if you introduce real physics. Okay, let's keep rolling. The next one I want to show you guys is spine support. So Pixie has support for something called spine, which is a really amazing animation tool that, instead of keyframe based, it basically records all of the positions and animations and tweens of a designer, of an animation made by a designer, and then you can kind of run that at runtime in Pixie. So here's an example here, and you can see it's just some really cool animations. And the best thing is that the designers do all this work. We just load it in. I'm going to show you guys how to do that today. So the first thing you need to do is make sure you install the Pixie Spine plugin, which is the runtime. It's not bundled into the main Pixie. Then we just import it here. And then this is our making a spine function. So we create a Pixie loader, which is the way that you can load anything in Pixie, really. And then we go loader, add, crab, and then we pass in the JSON, which is the format of the spine animation. Then we call loader, then we call load function, and when it's done, it gives a callback with a resource object. Now that resource object has the crab, which we've defined here, and then we pass in the spine data to essentially set up the animation. And this is our crab, and it's just like another Pixie object. You can just add that straight to the scene. So we get our crab, we set its position, and then we just set the animation to be animation, which is the name, the name of the animation in the animation, which is cool. Then add that to the scene, and we should end up with a little crab. Now this is really sweet because all I did was load it in and add it, and the designers kind of did all the work and had all the control. And it's a great way to work because it means everyone can do the bit they're best at. All right, next, I want to quickly show you guys the shine effect. So again, really basic. We're just adding a couple of God rays. So new sprite, add to scene, new sprite, add to scene. And then every frame, we're just going to use a cos and sine again on a tick to basically just slide them along across each other a little bit, just to give a bit of interesting movement. Now this gives us, there you go, you can just about see them. They're a bit sort of dusty, but they're right there in the animation. So what we can do is use one of Pixie's blend modes. Rather than rendering a normal style, we can use an add blend mode, which basically is an additive, as it adds pixels as it draws rather than does the normal kind of alpha blend. There's a few different blend modes available in Pixie. A lot of them only work on canvas, but some of them, quite a lot of the useful ones like overlay and multiply, they all work in WebGL too. So we're going to just use add, and I'll show you what the difference that can make. There we go. It just looks much more like light. And add is always a great one to use if you want to make something light scene up. Okay, moving on. The next thing I want to show you guys is how to use Pixie filters. Okay, so let's go in and check out filters. All right, so we're passing in our scene again, just like before, and this time we're going to import the filters object from Pixie, and we're going to create a new blur filter. Then for our scene, every object in Pixie has a filters object that you can assign filters to. So here we just go, filters is this blur, and that's basically all it takes to create a filter and apply it to anything you want in Pixie. So if I just refresh this now, there you go, we've got a version that makes it very difficult to see what's going on, but proves the point. So that's a useful filter, but here I want to show you guys a slightly more advanced one. So what we're going to do here is create the water ripple effect using what's called a displacement filter, which is another standard filter that is definitely one of my favorites, and we use it wherever we can, but water basically shows it off the best. So what we do is we create a water displacement. We load up a sprite from our water displacement JPEG, and then we set the base texture to repeat, and then we set scale to be 6, so it's quite big and takes over the screen. And then we add that displacement sprite to the scene. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. There we go. So this is the displacement sprite, and the idea is that anything in the red channel shifts everything pixels XYs, and anything in the green channel shifts pixels on the Y. So yeah, not that interesting just yet. But if we then create a new displacement filter and we pass that sprite in, and then we set ourselves a strength of 100, we can then apply that filter just like we did the blur. There we go, just like this. Now, if I refresh it now, you can see we're no longer rendering it, but we're actually using it as a filter input. So you can see everything's kind of a little bit more ripply. Now, to really sort of show you that to the extreme, there we go. That's what it can look like if you make it a bit nuts, but it kind of maybe doesn't look quite as good now. So let's put it back down to 1,000. And then the other cool thing you can do is, now that we've got this sprite in our scene, I can just move it around, and as it moves, it will displace pixels in a different way. So here we're going to basically go, here's our displacement sprite, and then every frame just move it up 2 pixels. And this is what happens when you do that. So now you can see it just looks like we've got this really lovely water ripply effect. Now you can do so much more with a displacement filter. You just change that texture to be something else and it will look completely different. You change the strength, you can change the X strength, the Y strength. It's really powerful filter. The other thing I'll just quickly show you guys is it's really easy to add multiple filters. So if you wanted to blur and a displacement filter, you just go like that and you just pass in an array of multiple ones. If you wanted to blur it twice, you could even do that. So if I show you that now, there you go, that's like double blurred and with a displacement filter. We can even displace it again at the end. And it's, you can stack as many filters as you want. Now, obviously, the more you add can have performance and performance implications, but generally speaking, it should be all good. All right, moving on. So, this is just a really simple one. This is adding a vignette. So, yeah, a vignette graphic around which just frames the content. So if I show you this now, just that black edge. It just makes it look a bit more nice. Designers, our designers love to give me a vignette. All right, so the next one I want to show you guys is the image capture stuff. So basically making this into the budget Pokemon Go, Pokemon Snap that we talked about. So let's go in here and have a look around and see what's going on. So the make camera function essentially takes our scene and an image container. So once we make our little Polaroids, that's just the container we're going to add it into, but this is the scene that we're going to snapshot. So what we do is first we make our scene interactive. Once you've done that, you basically get the same events that you might get in the DOM. So pointer events, touch events, mouse events, all that. So we go, right, scene, we want to be interactive, and then we go, okay, I'm going to listen for the pointer down event. And whenever we do, this function will get called. Right, so here's our magic, basically. We create something called a render texture. So we just go render texture.create, and we give it a width and a height. So that's giving us basically a 512 by 512 empty texture with the ability to add right pixels to it and do whatever we want and draw whatever we want to that. But yeah, it starts off blank. And then the other thing we do is create a matrix, which is going to be used for when we say, oh, we want to render the scene to this render texture, we want to say where, and that can be represented as a matrix. And so you don't have to fully understand all this stuff, but it's, if you do, awesome. So the first thing we do is we set the TX and TY, which is like the translation of the matrix. So we go, when we render this scene, I want to translate it by, this is actually the global mouse X and global mouse Y coordinates. So it means that I want this to be, this mouse here basically says, wherever the user clicks, I want to render the scene with that point being the middle of the scene. This just caps that value. So it means that if we're too far off and half of the capture is going to be off screen, then we just make sure that it doesn't go over that. Then we've created this, this is the magic line here, right? So we go renderer dot render, which we were doing before. We were doing it here, renderer dot render stage. We do that every frame. Now in make camera, when you click, we go renderer dot render, and then we pass in the scene. Then we pass in the render texture, which is basically it says this is what I want to render it to. So I want to render this scene to this texture. Rather, if this is empty, then it renders to the screen. Otherwise, it renders to this render texture. This is the clear property. Do we want to clear it, true or false? Not really important here. And then the matrix. So like, what part should I draw and how should I transform that? So once we've got to here, we've now got a internal texture that we can then use and attach to sprites and stuff, and then just use as if it was another texture that we just loaded in. All right, cool. So moving along, this is just a picture container. So this is how we can just represent this image and make it look like the little Polaroid. So we create a container, and then I create the background, which is like the Polaroid frame. So it's just a white with a little black, white rectangle with a black rectangle behind it as a shadow. This is used using a Pixie graphics object, which is like a really simple drawing API. So I'll just super quickly walk through what we're doing here. So we're going begin fill 0, black of an alpha of 0.3, then draw this rectangle, then that's just an X, Y, width and height. Then we begin another fill with a white fill, and we draw the same rectangle again, but slightly offset. So that's how that's our Polaroid drawing. Then we create a new sprite, and we pass in our render texture as the sprite's main texture. And we set the position, and then we add the background, and we add the sprite to the picture. So that's our Polaroid. Then we add the picture to the image container, and then we just do some alignment, which isn't so important here. Now, if I show you guys this now whenever I click, you can see I can capture a lovely Pokemon Go style, Pokemon Snap style. See if I can get this crab when he jumps. Come on, crab, jump. Hi, there we go, I got him, perfect. So there you go, that's how you can use render textures to really do some cool stuff, like taking pictures of things. So the final thing I want to show you guys is, right, it's all good having another image within your scene, but what if you want to download that image and actually just save it as a legit, real image? To do that, this is the code you need, and I'm just going to quickly walk you through that. So basically we have our renderer, and it has a module on it called extract. So we just go renderer.extract, and there's a few different ways in which you can extract information. You can extract it as a canvas, as a base 64 encoded string, or even just a regular HTML image. But for us to be able to download it, the best thing for us to extract it as is a canvas. So we go, hey renderer, extract a canvas for me from this render texture, and that gives me back a regular canvas filled with the pixels from this render texture. Now I've got this, I can call the toBlob function, which basically is converting it to a blob that's a JPEG. And this is the quality of the JPEG, and it's got a callback. And once that's done, I get given back my blob. Then I use URL, create object URL, which gives me a URL that can basically be downloaded. I create a link element. I set the href to be this image URL. I just set the download name, and then I append the link, do a fake click, and then I remove the link. And that's it, that will download an image. So I'm just going to show you that now. So there's me creating my images, and you can see my Chrome is starting to go a bit nuts downloading all these images for me. And I'll just show you guys those in motion. So here we go, you can see, there you go. Here's all my C shots that I can now share with all my friends, and use as desktop background or whatever crazy thing it is you want to do. All right, sweet. So that brings us to the end of the talk. If you want to have a play with this scene, you can go here and you can just have a little fiddle around, take some pictures of the crab and the eel. But even cooler, you can just get this code. It's all open source. All the assets are open source. So you can get this code, download it, have a play, kind of get to understand it a little bit better. I know in 20 minutes is a bit brief to maybe jam all that stuff in. So here you can kind of have a proper look and take your time. Cool. Well, that's it. Yeah, follow me, Doormat23 on Twitter if you want to be buddies. But yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. Cheers. See ya.
That was amazing, Matt. It's really cool to see what you can do just with JavaScript. That's why I love these events. You are amazed every time. Let's look at the results from Matt's poll. So, hey Matt, thanks for joining. So the question was, which of these would you say is the most important developer trait outside of coding? And the winner, by far, is communication with 49%, followed with 39% for a positive attitude. Matt, what do you think about this? Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I think I agree. Intelligence is definitely at the bottom because you can do all of this stuff without being, naturally smart. I think grit is maybe slightly underrepresented because I think grit is like the substitute for intelligence. Like I don't consider myself particularly smart, but I do consider myself, if I've got a problem, I'll keep chipping away and I know eventually I can solve it, which kind of means I don't have to make my brain bigger, which is quite difficult to do. So I think, grit is definitely important, but communications above all, right? Because we write code for humans, we talk with humans, we make things for humans. So everything needs to be for other people first, and really the computer last.
Yeah. And I actually wouldn't be surprised if positive attitude would be above, because, if you're going to be in a team, unless you're working alone, of course, but if you're going to be working in a team, being positive and being nice to work with is, even more important than your coding skills, I think.
True enough, yeah.
You can be the best coder, the fastest, the most secure, the most accessible code writing person, but if you're not nice to be working with, then nobody wants you in the team, right?
Yeah, totally true, man. Like, and it even scales to like projects and teams in general, right? It's like you can make the same end result, but the journey there can be horrible and painful, or lovely and respectful, and you can get the same outcome, but the team won't want to work with you again. They won't want to, so it's definitely I guess they're all kind of, apart from intelligence, they're all kind of important.
But your question was what is the most important, and we got down to that. So everyone that's watching, I want to remind you that Matt's open for questions. So go to the Discord channel, community track Q&A, if you have any questions for Matt about his talk.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom backend functions like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
All right. So let us know on Slido once again. How did you like Matt's talk? I will personally be giving him 5 stars. Maybe after. Well, shall I do it now? I can just do it now. It was great. Also really liked our little Q&A here. And then it's time for me to wrap up the day. Don't go anywhere because we still have the party and we have the raffle. So Liz, would you join me on stage?
Of course. Hi.
Hey. So thanks a lot, JSNation, for organizing this great event. I've been emceeing with JSNation for a lot of times now, and I always really enjoyed professionalism and all the great content we have. And also, I want to thank our AV partner, iStream. Piotr, can you show us your little bat cave? And hey, so this is our AV guy, Piotr. Thanks a lot, Piotr. I always love seeing your setup. It's like you're winning from everyone. It's super great. Once again,
sorry. Once again, thank you to all our sponsors: Proba, Focus Creating, Microsoft, Red Tools, Netify, Datadog, and others. This has been great, and this wouldn't have been possible without you. And check out jobs for amazing sponsors at live.jsnation.com/JSjobs. And as Nathaniel said, go and get the money. And finally, check live.jsnation.com/perks.
Awesome. So, as we mentioned at the start, we have a raffle for JSNation Multipass for people that have sent tweets with some photos, and we'll be going over them right now. So, first up is this photo from Juan. Juan, you look like a proper metalhead. Good to see. Nice setup you got there going. And next up is Saharan. It's linking up to JSNation Live, and you have a nice banner. So you've been to quite some meetups. You probably organized something yourself. Good to see. What do you see, Liz? What do you see here?
Yeah, I like it. This is Honza. I see he has a lot of stickers, so maybe he can win more stickers for his laptop. And 2 screens, nice. Oh, she also has a cat like me, Mary. And it's the first time she attended the conference, so nice.
I hope you liked your first experience. We do our best.
Yeah.
Next up, Henrik, probably from like Norway, attending JSNation Live with a nice pink mouse. Really nice setup you got there, Henrik. Next up is Joost Boomkamp. Hey Joost, welkom in Nederland, denk ik. Lekker in het zonnetje. I'm just going to switch to Dutch because Joost is obviously Dutch. Happy to have you, Joost, outside in the sun.
And this is, I cannot really read the name, but
Renato.
It has a very cool setup too. Like has a camera, 3 monitors, very nice.
And don't forget, he has a nice dog.
Very important. Luis. And Luis Pablo, he must definitely speak Spanish. Hola, Luis. Thank you for sending your picture and 2 monitors. Nice. And Simon Piercy. He was watching JSNation Live, and there is his setup. Nice. Thank you.
Oh my God, a bearded beast, Zachary Price. That's also a great setup. Do you think you have enough monitors? I think you can
yes, he has 4 of them. Yeah, he definitely has enough.
Looking good, Zachary. And
your feedback is...
No feedback yet. We're gonna spin the Wheel of Fortune.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah. So we're gonna pick a winner for our JSNation Multipass. So with that, I would like to start this Wheel of Fortune.
Dun, 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 dun.
The winner is Renato with his dog.
Yay!
Nice. Congratulations. We will be reaching out to you about how you will get your multipass on Discord. So be sure to keep an eye out on your Discord. And now I am at fault because I forgot if we are giving away 1 or 2. Okay, we're going to go with 2 multipasses. So everybody that didn't win yet, here's your chance. Let's go and spin the wheel one more time. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, man, come on. And the winner is, I can't read the name. It's too small, but congratulations anyway.
Congratulations.
The organizers will be contacting you and you will get your tickets. So hope to see you at another great JSNation event.
Okay, now it's time for feedback. Your feedback is very important to us. It helps us to keep making the event better and better. We have a form available to you at live.jsnation.com/feedback. Please take your time and leave your feedback and thoughts here. You can give us congratulations, what we can improve or not, what do you like, what you didn't like, and we're very grateful for all your answers.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm going to switch like a little bit because the sun is killing me. So if you're not done here today and you want to learn more, you can do so on our YouTube channel. We have a lot of great content out there from previous events. So go to youtube.com/JSNation, or if you're into React specifically, youtube.com/c/React conferences. For all other JSNation events, go to JSNation.org to find out more.
And now it's time to party. The speakers will be there. We have a Pictionary bar with the speakers and a live DJ mix and Quake.js tournament. I have never played Quake.js, but it seems fun. So we hope to see you there.
And of course, you can still join the spatial chat. I'm trying to avoid the sun, but it's coming out to get me. I'll block it. Yeah, there I am. Yes. Hey, I'm back. So I'll have a quick guide of what's happening there. This is the page where you join, and you can, well, you have been watching the live stream, hopefully. And in a moment, it will turn into a party room where you can play Pictionary. On the background and on the chat, you will see a link to join the game. We'll start the game, and everyone one by one will get a word to draw. And the others can guess it. So it will be a lot of fun. Hope to see you there.
Another room is for Quake.js fans. Find the link to the background of the room and please join.
Yeah. And if you're not playing, well, our co-MC Maxime from the other room is going to give a live DJ set. So join there, chat with the speakers in the community, and just listen to the event in the loop live by DJ Mix DMC Maxime. And we'll see you at the party in a moment. The rest of you will see tomorrow at day 2 of the conference. Same time, same place. Hope to see you there. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with 0 configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.
Commerce Layer is a new generation platform that lets you live up to the shopping experiences your customers expect. It provides you with a fast and secure commerce API that makes any content shoppable in any channel on a global scale. Want to learn more? Visit commercelayer.io and get started today.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Hello, did you know that you can deploy a serverless function on Netlify with zero configuration? Here's how.
First, go to your project directory. Then add a Netlify folder and a functions folder inside of that. Then add your serverless function files and push it.
It's done.
Retool is the fast way to build internal tools. You can use it to connect pre-built, drag and drop front-end components, like tables, buttons, and forms, to custom back-end functions, like SQL queries and API requests. Retool automatically takes care of overhead logic, such as triggers and security, while leaving flexibility to make things custom, so you can focus on what really makes your internal tool unique.
So, you've put in the hard work of developing this new feature, and you've tested for errors exhaustively. But a user immediately reports an issue, and you don't know what's causing it. Meet Rollbar, the continuous code improvement platform that helps developers discover errors in real time for faster resolutions. Rollbar helps development teams minimize the impact of bugs on end users while boosting their release confidence and velocity. Try Rollbar for free today at rollbar.com/free trial.